continuing with outcome 2.
Yes.
So they did the...
I remind witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Malarndirri McCarthy, Minister for Indigenous Australians. And Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Only that it's a pleasure to be here, Senator Polly.
As it is for me, stepping in as the chair.
Don't address now, just going to continue.
And we are continuing now in outcome 2, and we're going to go to Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. And in hindsight, we probably could have pushed in the dinner and then let everyone go, because I've actually only got about 10 or so minutes of questions remaining for outcome 2. So I do apologise for that. We should have thought about that before we kept you all here. So I just want to go back to the EV targets, if I can. I'll just give you a moment. In an opinion piece written for the Australian Financial Review just a few days ago on October 1st, the Climate Change Authority boss Matt Keane said that Norway had achieved a 98% EV take-up in August and had shown, and in his words, quote, shown the world how to do it. Are you able to outline the regulatory approaches that Norway have taken to achieve this?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We might have to take some of the detail on notice, but I'm aware that Norway has I believe it has an EV mandate for certain applications, and we'll have to come back to you on the detail, though.
I understand they have a tax or a penalty on ICE vehicles. So are you aware of that? Do they have some sort of a tax to encourage EV take-up?
I don't know whether it's a taxation measure, Senator. I think it's an EV mandate, but we can come back to you on the details. So
in Australia, someone can buy a Toyota Hilux for about $61,000, while the same car in Norway costs $110,000. Are you aware of that?
No, Senator.
So, and that's because of taxes. There's a registration fee, I'm told, of $30,840. These are all in Australian dollars, so transferred across. This is out of the Australian. It's simply, you can find all these figures just by Googling the prices of these vehicles in Norway. So isn't Norway's high level of EV take-up rates a result of the higher taxes on non-EV purchases?
We'd have to take that on notice, Senator, so that we can acquaint ourselves with the exact detail of what Norway's system is.
So in the same way that Mr Keane sees Norway as the model, does the Australian government see, does the department see the Norwegian system as a model for Australia?
That would be a hypothetical question or an opinion from the department, but I can say that the government has not made any policy decisions in relation to an EV mandate or a tax on ICE vehicles.
The recently published Climate Change Authority report into net zero targets says Australia needs a situation where half of all car sales in the next decade will be electric vehicles if we're to meet emissions reduction targets. We did discuss earlier modelling. So can you just go to some detail, if you can, please, of what modelling the department have concerning whether this target is feasible?
So we've not done, again, as I've mentioned previously, if you're relating it back to the overall target and the net zero target, there are no sector-specific targets. It's an economy-wide target. We've not done, for the NVES, for example, there are no headline limits past 2029. Those decisions will need to be decisions of government going forward. And in particular for the NVES, those decisions will need to be made in 2027. So we don't have specific modelling in order for specific policies, and the government has not provided an EV mandate. in order to get there. They will all be decisions of government going forward. In terms of the modelling that has been done and has been released, that is Treasury modelling that looks at overall whether it's feasible to get there and the impact, and what they've modelled are various scenarios as to the impact on the economy as to various scenarios. But any questions in relation to that modelling needs to be asked of Treasury.
What about the CCA report into those targets? So saying that half of all car sales in the next decade will be electric vehicles if we're to meet those emissions reduction targets.
The CCA is an independent agency, and so their modelling, we'll have to ask questions about their modelling to them.
Do you feed into that? Do you provide them? What sort of data do you provide them?
We've had conversations on occasionally a regular basis with the CCA, but we didn't, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we didn't provide modelling to the CCA. They did their own modelling and they got the CSIRO to do modelling for them. We've not done any modelling, and I think that Mr Keane has come out and said this is one way to achieve the target, but it is not the only way to achieve the target, and the government is going to have to make decisions going forward around how to meet the target. So
just over 100,000 vehicles were sold in Australia in the month of August, 100,539 to be exact. If that would occur 12 months of the year, that's 1.2 million cars sold be sold in 2025. So currently the EV take-up rate is about 10%, as I understand it. That means Australia would need to buy, in order to reach half, and that's 600,000 EVs every year between now and 2035. Is there any modelling or any data or any suggestion that that is even feasible or possible?
Again, as I say, there is no mandate. There is no government decision or policy in relation to EV mandate.
I'll let you finish, but that actually wasn't my question. Yeah.
And we don't, our modelling, we have not modelled in relation to the target. As I mentioned before, the Treasury modelling is a slightly different modelling, and it models scenarios of the impact on the economy of various scenarios. Okay. And you'll have to ask the Treasury about their modelling.
So is there any scenario that the government and the department have that suggests that we could have 600,000 new EVs every year?
Again, we've not done modelling on a specific target to the transport sector or to EVs, Senator, in relation to the net zero
There's nothing
target.
that says that kind of, we haven't got any data that would suggest that that kind of target is achievable. On the same day that the Climate Change Authority report was released, the government also released the Transport and Infrastructure Net Zero Roadmap, which that's the document that Senator McKenzie was referring to earlier?
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. So this action plan sets out a range of activities that the government is committed to in the transport sector in order to achieve the 2035 targets. So then, if there hasn't been modelling done on what you've just been discussing there, then therefore you haven't costed it then as well?
So Senator, we cost specific policies. So what, as I've mentioned earlier, the sectoral plan, the transport sectoral plan, provides pathways on the technology pathway for various parts of the transport sector. Particular government policies to get there will need to be taken over time, and then we would cost them in the normal course of government decision making.
Earlier today, you discussed with Senator McKenzie I think you used the phrase difficult to abate vehicles or modes of carbon
modes of transport.
Modes of transport. So, and I think you referred to the heavy vehicles as being examples of those. What about those vehicles in the light vehicle category that are so under that 4,500 GVM capacity that are used for heavy load carrying activities like tradies that need to fill the tray of their dual cab ute with tools, or the person that wants to tow their caravan to their holiday destination, 400 or 500 kilometres away. Someone that wants to tow their caravan, those sort of distances. So an EV is just not capable, and there's nothing even in the pipeline to suggest that an EV, a battery electric vehicle, would be able to do that. So it's also a difficult to abate vehicle. So what consideration has been given to ensuring that users of those vehicles are not in any way disadvantaged?
So again, Senator, what the net zero plan outlines is the technology over time, and so even by 2035 to 2050, it still says that fossil fuels will still be used in very specific circumstances for light vehicles. That is a long period of time for technology to develop, and we've seen developments very quickly since the NVES has been in place. But again, we will be looking at, for example, the next set of headline limits for the NVES past 2029. We will be going through a robust consultation and policy process that will go forward, and we'll do that every time the headline limits need to be extended out. But we haven't gone through that process at this stage.
And Mr Cathedge may want to amplify this, but it also operates on a fleet-wide basis by suppliers, which means that you can have unders and overs, and you have the capacity to trade credits as well, which allows for flexibility for those vehicles which, as you characterise them, are in the harder to abate sector.
And just to add to that, I mean, to your point, Senator, actually the NVES is a really good example of how allowance is made for different categories of vehicles, even in the light vehicle sector. So to give you a feel for that, in fact, in the NVES there are two targets, one for passenger vehicles, one for light commercial vehicles, and then those limits or those targets are adjusted by the weight of a vehicle. So a heavier vehicle, like the ones you sort of referred to, actually has a higher target compared to lighter vehicles. Yeah, but you still hit those. You're still hitting the penalties even already under the current phasing of the NVES. Well, it's an incentive to make vehicles more efficient, and that doesn't necessarily mean electrification. So what happens to Isuzu that don't have anything in the pipeline? Vehicle suppliers are incentivised to bring more efficient vehicles into the market. For example, the BYD Shark is a PHEV that has a towing capacity of 2.5 tonne, but which is as a ute, and they're going to be bringing in a 3.5 tonne towing capacity vehicle next year. So the point is that it's an encouragement or it's incentive. I'll get to hybrids in a moment because those penalties still apply because they're still got an internal combustion engine vehicle. I'll get to that in a minute.
Senator, we're not, if I may, the government has not provided a mandate for only EVs. They've not provided any mandate. The way the NVES works is that it's on the fleet as a whole rather than individual vehicles.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with how that works. Noting that range anxiety continues to be cited as a major barrier to uptake, and obviously plug-in hybrids have gone some way to addressing that. But has the department worked with the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water to determine the extent that charging infrastructure will be required to support the targeted uptake of EVs?
I think that is something that the Department of Climate Change is working on. That's right. It's not something that we're leading. It is something that the Department of Climate Change is leading. So they lead it, but do you input into it? Yeah, absolutely. So we have regular conversations with the Department of Climate Change on their programs. It's also worth noting that the department also runs a few programs that go to that range question. So the first one is, of course, updating the fuel efficiency standards that we have. And what I mean by that is the measurement standards, so that consumers can see or have a reasonable estimate of what a vehicle might do, including an electric vehicle. And the second thing is, of course, the real-world testing program that has just started to test electric vehicles as well as internal combustion engine vehicles. The NVES
took effect this year and is due to be reviewed next year. To achieve the CCA recommended emissions targets, would NVES headline targets need to be made tougher, i.e., a lower headline emissions target to achieve the desired EV take-up?
That would be a hypothetical question, Senator. As I mentioned, when the government will be setting the headline targets past 2029, we will undertake a robust policy process and consultation process to allow the government to make those decisions.
When do you need to commence the NVES review by?
In 2026, I think.
That's correct. So that the Section 93 of the NBES Act requires the Minister to commence a review of the Act by the end of 2026 and table a report in relation to that once it's completed.
So it has to be commenced before...
Correct.
How long will it take to...
Pardon?
How long will the review take?
That's to be determined.
So are you planning to commence it, or is it the Minister's decision on when it commences? Like who initiates when the review commences?
Under the terms of the legislation, it's the Minister's. So
okay. And are you working on any particular time frame? As in, when are you working towards a commencement date?
We don't have a specific date because the Minister has to, as Mr Cathedge has said, instigate it. It has to be started in 2026.
Has the department been directed by the government to offer advice on how to toughen NVES, such as new accelerated schedule of fines or credits for car makers?
We have not.
Has the government conducted any analysis into the used car market for the sale of used EVs, including average resale prices?
We've done some light analysis of used cars, not anything in particular detail. Our initial focus, particularly on the NBES, because it applies at the point of import, is on new cars, basically.
Right.
So the NBES doesn't apply to second-hand or used car sales?
So used car sales, you only need to look up carsales.com or Marketplace or whatever you like. You'll see that a Tesla that costs $70,000 off the showroom, 2-3 years later, it's $30,000. So, and that's set across many different manufacturers. So you're not considering the chilling effect that might have on purchases of new vehicles, knowing that that the resale value of their EV is significantly lower than what it would be in a conventional vehicle?
I mean, our NBES, the NBES policy is technology agnostic, so regardless of whether it's an EV or an ICE, we're sort of...
But it's set up to encourage the uptake of new, more efficient vehicles.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So, but if those vehicles, particularly the full battery electric vehicles, are seeing such a drop in value, it has a major impact on a person's purchasing decision. So do you not consider that?
In terms of the NVES itself, I don't think we. I think we could say we don't. We have had light consideration, as Mr Cathedge has said, about the second-hand market. It will take a while for the second-hand market of EVs to fully mature as we get new vehicles into the second-hand market. But also there has been some price drops significantly of new EVs that has also impacted the second-hand market. So it's it's not just one. The second-hand market, like any market, is complex and is affected by a range of factors.
So when the government introduced NVES, it was promised it would not lead to increased prices or the range of cars available. Is the department monitoring the NVES effect on prices and the range of vehicles offered?
We are monitoring, and the team, Mr Cathedge, can go through. We are monitoring the prices and also the range of cars, vehicles offered, and we are also reaching out when prices do change to manufacturers to get an idea of why those prices have changed, including going down And again, there are a range of factors that affect prices as well, but Mr Cathage can probably provide you with a bit more information on that if you would like.
So in the first 7 months of this year, vehicle prices increased by less than 1%. If you go back to 2023, the equivalent figure was 8.4%. And the number of brands on sale
You couldn't buy
since
a vehicle
December
back then. That
2024
was part of the problem.
has increased from 56 brands to 65, 390 models to 420. And the year-to-date sales shown a 16.9% increase in EVs, plug-in hybrids and hybrids combined. So we're seeing an uptake in more fuel-efficient vehicles. We're seeing low levels of price increase below the rate of inflation, and we're seeing an increase in the number of brands on sale. So on the face of it, that's a pretty good first few months for the NVES.
Not quite an apples versus apples comparison of dates, though, is it? Because obviously during the COVID period, there was a significant shortage of supply of vehicles, which obviously increased the...
So in 2024, the equivalent figure was just under 2%, and now currently it's under 1%. So,
okay, so
no evidence of a price shock in the market.
So vehicles that have you got examples of vehicles where the prices have gone up or indeed have been withdrawn from sale because of the manufacturer's decision to take them off the market due to the NVES?
Well, it's a dynamic market, Senator, is what I'd say. So vehicle prices go up and down all the time based on a whole range of different factors, from cost of raw materials, logistics, foreign exchange rates, enhancements to car features and warranties, market dynamics. And there's new models being brought onto the market all the time. And so this is a commercial decision that vehicle suppliers will make to bring in supply, to withdraw supply sometimes, replacing it with a better, more efficient model. It really is a matter for manufacturers.
So Ford have taken off the market the two-wheel drive Ford Everest. That's an example of car that they said was due to the penalties that they would attract that vehicle.
Well, and these are decisions, commercial decisions for the vehicle suppliers, and equally so, there are suppliers that bring in new cars and new models to the market all the time.
So two brands have left the market, and 8 have entered by our calculation.
On the 2nd of October, Australian head of Honda, Jay Joseph, told the Australian that most hybrids, we believe, including ours, will start to be above the compliance threshold next year. We want to minimise how much we pass that along to consumers, but at some point we can't bear those costs without passing them on to consumers. It is the manufacturer that's saying that, and then there's some wonderful technology there. I think you've mentioned the BYD Shark. I mean, it's a really good application, but even a vehicle like that is going to, within a few short years, start to be impacted by the NVES because it still has an internal combustion engine. So aren't hybrid sales actually good for the environment and because they reduce emissions? So what's the point of a policy that's actually ultimately going to penalise the purchase of those vehicles?
So the objective of the NVES is to incentivise more fuel-efficient cars and vehicles to come into Australia on an ongoing basis. So that is hybrids, plug-in hybrids, mild hybrids, EVs. I can imagine a future where there might be hydrogen cars as well, fuel cell cars. So it depends on the technology. Technology changes and models change to become more fuel efficient, and that is what the NVES is designed to do.
Is it intended that the imposition of NVES penalties on most hybrids, which ultimately commence next year, will deter or dissuade motorists from purchasing new hybrid vehicles? Given there'll be less of a penalty on it.
That's a hypothetical question, Senator.
Well, is it though? I mean, I'm just asking, is the intention of the policy to dissuade people from buying hybrid vehicles?
The intention of the policy is to encourage manufacturers to bring in more efficient vehicles on an ongoing basis.
But again, I come back to that, and I'll finish with this, Chair. I come back to that point that, using the BYD Shark as the example, it's a vehicle that can suit the needs of many tradies and holiday makers and boaties and the like, recreational activities. But if and there's nothing in the short term in a pure battery electric vehicle that could give that capability, and deal with the range issues. I mean, an F-150 Lightning with its 900 kilo battery, loaded up, towing a boat or a caravan, can drive 100 kilometres. Now, I live in Western Australia. Lots of people in July go to Exmouth. It's a 1,300 kilometre drive. Imagine having to pull over every 1 hour and charging up for 3 hours to charge the 120 kilowatt hour battery. It would kind of ruin your holiday if you had to charge 13 times on the way up there. Whereas a hybrid would actually allow you to do that trip. The rest of the year, when you're not on your holiday, driving around town, you're able to charge up each night at your home. Sure, it makes sense. So why would we want to deter people from that with a really aggressive progression of NVES, and actually deter people from buying a vehicle like that could actually suit both their needs?
And I think that there might be two ways of going to your question there, Senator. The first thing is to say that the NVES is actually drivetrain agnostic. Drivetrain is not mentioned anywhere in the legislation.
It's the aggressive nature of it that is impacting on people's ability to purchase the vehicle that's suitable to them.
And so not all hybrids are made equal. Some hybrids are more efficient than other hybrids. And so brands will have a whole range of different strategies that they can use to improve the efficiency of their vehicles. And then the second thing to say is the NVES actually operates over the fleet of vehicles. So if there's a supplier that brings in more polluting cars, they need to sell less polluting cars to try and offset that. And so that they'll be making these adjustments to the supply of their fleet as they go, in reaction to the
Okay, and just last question. What data will NVES regulator be releasing publicly to give the market, industry and consumers confidence that the scheme is working as intended?
Enter the regulator.
I'll ask Mr Najjar to answer that question.
Thank you. Karen Najjar, Assistant Secretary, New Vehicle Efficiency Standard Regulator. Thank you for the question. We're required by the Act to publish what's called the interim emissions value. So that's a number for our regulated entities about how they've performed against their target at the end of the year. So this first compliance year was the 1st of July 2025 and will finish on the 31st of December 2025. And in February next year, we will issue those IEVs and we will publish those IEVs. And along with that IEV will also be the publication of any units that have been earned by our regulated entities.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We
thank
are
you.
happy to move on to outcome 3.
That 10 minutes was a little bit longer,
Sorry.
but we have now finished outcome 2, so thank you to those officers. We will then be moving on to outcome 3, and what I'm proposing, because there seems to be a lot of questions in outcome 3, if we can do 15-minute block to the, we'll go to the Coalition, then we'll go to the Greens, then we'll go to the Pauline Hanson at this point in time. So just so that we can give an indication to other senators when they could possibly come in.
Yeah, good call. That's fine.
Okay, so who's going to start off?
I'll start, that's okay.
We'll wait till they
Yeah.
get to the table. Well, we can just have a suspension, people, till we get the new officers in. That'd be great.
Secretary, sorry. I'm going to ask about urban policy, if that assists with...
Let's move to Treasury under the machinery.
All urban policy has?
or to Senator McGrath. Just need some indication about outcome 4, if we got much time required for that. And not a great deal.
I think so.
I can't make it now. Yeah. So you can have a think about that and let me know. Fantastic. In that case, we will go to Senator McGrath.
Thank you. I just want to check. Can I just ask, just to confirm, the state of Australian cities with you guys? That's okay. That's easy. And the urban precincts and partnership program. Excellent. Okay. So the question I've got on that, is it correct that $104.4 million under the urban precincts and partnerships program currently remains uncommitted?
Senator Erin Cassidy, Assistant Secretary, Partnership Programs Branch. That is correct. At this stage, we have $104 million uncommitted.
Okay. So is it correct to say that no new projects have been approved since the federal election?
Senator Lisa Rowder, First Assistant Secretary, Partnerships and Programs, that's correct.
Okay. Why haven't any projects been approved since May?
So we have we assess projects under the Precincts and Partnerships program in batches. Batch 1 has been approved and announced by the Minister. Batch 2 is currently, the recommendations for that batch of projects is currently sitting with the Minister awaiting decision.
When was Batch 2 sent to the Minister's office?
Batch 2 was sent to the Minister's office on the 31st of July.
31st of July. Is there going to be a Batch 3?
Yes, there will be a Batch 3, Senator.
Okay. So in terms of, I suppose it depends, I don't want to ask hypotheticals, but Batch 2, what is the quantum of the funding for Batch 2?
The quantum of funding is not set by batch.
Okay.
It's related to the amount of funding that's remaining, so it will depend on how many projects the Minister approves as to how much of that remaining funding is committed.
Are you able to say, if it is a hypothetical, I suppose, what is the total funding of the projects that have been submitted to the Minister's office?
The total funding of the projects submitted to the Minister's office is $357.7 million. And yes, that is above the total funding remaining. That's of the total applications in that batch.
Okay.
Obviously, not all of those would be recommended for funding.
Okay. Have new applications been paused?
Yes, the program has been paused to new applications.
Why is that?
Because the number of applications that we've got and the value of those applications far exceeds the funding that's available.
Okay. And what advice has the department provided to applicants regarding the delays / pauses in applications?
So, Senator, to take that in two parts. So the program was designed and the guidelines outline that there will be 2 batches each year. That's in terms of the time frame for when things are assessed. In terms of the pause, we have, so the program was paused to new applications on the 5th of September. Applicants who had applications in draft at that time have been given until the 17th of October to complete those drafts if they wish to.
Okay. Have you had an indication from when the Minister's office or when the Minister will sign off on Batch 2?
That's a matter for the Minister, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. I do have a question about the Townsville City deal.
Yes, we can do that here, Senator.
Okay. When I was in Townsville a few weeks ago, with meetings up there, there is a view that progress on the finalisation of the Townsville City deal is behind schedule. So are you able to explain why progress on finalisation of the city deal has stalled?
The City Deal, Senator, is a 15-year commitment that goes out until 2031. Of the 20 commitments under that deal, 15 are already complete. So I'm not sure I can explain why it's off track, because in our sort of reporting, it is actually progressing quite well.
The in particular concern was questions were being asked about the Reef HQ Aquarium project.
Yeah, that is a question. So the funding was transferred from the Townsville Concert Hall to the Reef HQ. That project is being delivered by or under the governance arrangements of the Department of Climate Change. So they could give you an update on that project.
Okay. Have you had a further funding request for the concert hall?
No, we've not had a further funding request for the concert hall.
Okay. That's the questions I had. So thank you for that. My other questions I will go to just in relation to, just to assist me, in terms of the components that were shifted to Treasury, was that part of the machinery of government changes following the election?
That's correct, Senator. And in essence, it's the cities and suburbs unit that moved, and the functions that it performed went with it, hence things like the State of Australian Cities report, urban policy and so on. All of those have moved.
Okay. How do you see yourself as the Department of Infrastructure? I mean, how do you see yourself working in such an important area? Do you have weekly meetings or...?
So I might ask Ms Rauter to talk you through the engagement that occurs between our team and the Treasury colleagues.
Yeah, so we do have very regular officer level engagement with Treasury on a raft of matters, including how, for example, housing projects in the north, and they draw on the expertise of the Office of Northern Australia. We also talk to them about things like the Urban Precincts and Partnerships program. As part of the machinery of government changes, the ministers, obviously Minister King and Minister O'Neill, agreed that a working group would be established, and we're in the process of developing terms of reference for that working group with Treasury.
So that the working group hasn't met yet?
That working group has not met yet. We did have an interdepartmental committee during the transition or the MOG period, where we met very regularly to manage things like knowledge transfer, information and data transfer, and the staff that were transferring and talking about timing and things like that. So once that transition wrapped up, that IDC wrapped up, but that was more than just us. That was all of the departments who had outcomes transferring into Treasury, and now we will replace that with a working group going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to take up the few minutes you have left, Senator McKenzie? We're doing it in 15-minute blocks so that we can allow other senators to come in to ask questions.
So is that the Coalition's 15 minutes, or are we all get 15 minutes?
Well, Senator McGrath...
Sorry, it's just a new system. We don't operate like this.
Well, there's other senators who are in other committees, so we're trying to facilitate everyone. So Senator McGrath had 15 minutes, and I'd already said we go from the Coalition to the Greens to the Hanson and then Labor and then back to you guys. So...
2/5 is fine.
Does anyone want an opportunity to finish Senator McGrath?
I'll start my series of questions.
Great. You have the call, Senator McKenzie.
I would like to know how many local governments were operating in deficit in the most recent reporting year and where they're located by state and geographic classification, please.
Just one moment while we get the right people to the table, Senator.
Thank you.
Dr Jenny Hoyt, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Regional Development and Local Government. Unfortunately, we do not have that information on hand and we'll need to take that on notice.
How many local governments are currently under administration and where are they located by state and geographic classification?
We don't also have
that either. Is this data we don't have or we don't collect it?
Michael Gregory, Assistant Secretary, Local Government, Regional Intelligence and Data. Thank you for the question, Senator. For that data, we would typically engage with state and territory jurisdictions in relation to that. We have done that before and we can do that.
Excellent. Has the department provided the Minister on the financial sustainability of local governments in the regions? Have you put a brief up at all?
Senator, could I just ask if you can clarify that question, please?
So have you sent a brief up for noting, for information, for decision on the financial sustainability of local governments?
No, Senator.
Has the Minister requested information in an informal or formal way about the financial sustainability of local governments? If you haven't provided a brief up, I'd suggest she hasn't asked for one.
No, Senator. We have and do in discussions with the Minister in the office obviously talk about matters such as how the inquiry into local government sustainability is progressing, which, as you'd be aware, was referred in the last Parliament, and we would provide updates and talk about the nature of issues that were being raised through those submissions and through those different hearings that occurred.
And Senator, we did provide 2 submissions to that inquiry, and we appeared at least once, if not a couple of times, before
Yes.
the inquiry as well.
And has the government responded to that inquiry?
Senator, it was in February 2025 of this year, you'd be aware of the interim report that the House Standing Committee tabled that made a range of key observations on I think it was about 16 themes that came through the inquiry, did not have any recommendations, and it will be a decision for government around the process for re-referring that inquiry.
Have you provided advice to the Minister about what she needs to do to afresh that inquiry?
No, Senator.
As I understand it, the member for Mallee, Dr Webster, sent a letter requesting that inquiry be reinstated. I assume that Corro's been sent to the department for response.
I can't recall that correspondence. Quite possibly that could be the case, and we'd have to look into that.
Is dated the 5th of the 6th, 25.
So we can look into that.
Could you actually look into that? Because there'll be a Corro register somewhere. I'd like to know it's been received, and I would like to know whether it's been responded to, or whether you've sent the letter up and it's going between before it goes out. I would like some detail.
Senator, I might just jump in there and on behalf of the Minister and say that we will be re-referring that inquiry.
We will be re-referring. Thank you, Minister. I do appreciate it. In time I've got, let's keep going. I would like to ask about the Lurkey program that's due to wind up at the end of 25-26 with no further funding budgeted for. What preparatory advice has been sought by or provided to the Minister regarding the replacement for this program? Super popular with local governments. Ladies.
Sorry, Senator. Can you
Lurkey.
just repeat the question?
Lurkey?
Yes.
Winding up, super popular. Won't want to be going into local ALGA conferences if you haven't got something to replace it. What advice have you provided the Minister, or has the Minister sought, around a replacement for this program?
So, Senator, just for the record, Melanie Chire, Assistant Secretary, Targeted Infrastructure Programs. No advice on the extension of the program, Senator. There have been other funding commitments made, such as the Roads to Recovery funding commitment that goes directly, as you're aware, to local government.
But I'm speaking explicitly about a program that lets local councils fund their priorities, not governments.
So Roads to Recovery is untied funding, so
Yes, I understand. I'm specifically asking about Lurkey, not R2R.
So no, not on Lurkey.
No, right. Has the department any plan to restructure the program to ensure that there is an untied, non-competitive funding stream available to local governments?
That would be a decision for government, Senator.
But you haven't done any work for the government on that type of...
Your final question before we move on, Senator McKenzie.
I will... Rocky Sports Stadium. From Michelle Landry, an excellent local member. Excellent local member. And my question is, has the funding, and I'm sorry, I should have thought about that a bit closer before I made you to swap seats. Has the funding for Rocky Sports Stadium been cut? And I think the department, I want to understand the response back to Rocky Sports Club funding extension application, which was lodged, as I understand it, almost 12 months ago. So they've either cut the funding, or we need to know why their extension hasn't been improved.
No, the funding has not been cut.
Right.
Rocky Point Stadium has submitted a variation request.
Right.
Yes. I understand that variation request does seek to push the end of push the completion of the program past the date that CDG the Community Development Grants Program is open until. That variation request is currently with the program delegate.
And the program delegate's name?
Minister Catherine King.
All right. So
thank you, Senator McKenzie.
It's sitting on her desk waiting for her approval.
We will move on to Senator Allman Payne.
Falling, but typical.
Thanks, Chair. My questions are around Middle Arm.
Just one moment, we'll get the right people to the table, Senator.
And I'm going to environment for cars.
Good to go.
So, following on from questions at last Senate estimates, I'm just wondering if there's any update or any movement on the Commonwealth's $1.5 billion equity injection to create a gas-fired industrial hub at Middle Arm in Darwin.
I'll ask Ms Rowder to give you an update on that, although we wouldn't describe it in those terms. Senator.
Okay.
So the Middle Arm equity commitment of $1.5 billion remains in place. We await the Northern Territory Government to progress their Stage 3 business case that needs to go through Infrastructure Australia.
Okay. Are there any updates on discussions with the NT Government about creating a corporate entity to invest the $1.5 billion into developing the gas export hub?
The project has not reached that stage of discussions.
In part, Senator, that question will be informed by the business case once it's been evaluated.
Yeah, okay. Is $1.5 billion still sitting within the contingency reserve, or
Yes,
has it been removed?
Yes,
still there? I guess it's been there for some time. Doesn't seem to be any real plans to get it out the door in a hurry. I guess the question is, why not just pull the funding? Because
that's not a question we can answer, Senator.
Okay, that's all right. Might be able to answer this question. Could the money be reallocated? So, for instance, to the Port of Darwin acquisition?
It would be a decision for government as to any change to the provision in the contingency reserve, Senator. We couldn't speculate on that.
So, just in terms of process, could I clarify, is it simply just a decision of government that could do that, like reallocate it, or is there actually another process that would have to happen?
It would be a decision taken through the budget process,
okay.
Senator.
And I'm not sure if you can answer this, Mr Mackay, whether Senator McCarthy, it's a question for you, but what is the government's intentions on the Port of Darwin reacquisition? Will the government buy it, or is the government facilitating private investors to buy it?
Minister McCarthy, what are you doing about the Darwin Port?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie.
I thought Senator Polly was the chair.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't realise you just jumped in.
Senator McKenzie, I have responsibility of chairing. It's not helpful. Everyone listened in silence to your contribution. So I really don't need your interjections or drawing people's attention to who's at the table. So,
thank you, Chair.
Senator McCarthy, if it's okay, I might just repeat the question. So the question is around what is the government's intentions on the Port of Darwin reacquisition? And the question we have is, will the government buy it, or is the government facilitating private investors to buy it?
Look, the Port of Darwin, as we all know, is a strategic infrastructure asset, Senator Allman Payne, and certainly in terms of local interest by businesses around the Northern Territory. It has been certainly a very strong area of contention. But I would say this, that the Australian Government is committed to returning the Port of Darwin to Australian ownership, and we took that to the election, and I'll just refer now to Mr Mackay.
So, thank you, Minister. Senator, I would like to take questions relating to the government's commitment on the Port of Darwin on notice.
Okay.
I'd like the opportunity to consult with the Minister as to whether or not she wishes to make a public interest immunity claim over elements of that commitment. There are a couple of grounds on which I think it is possible that a claim may be made, and I would like the opportunity to consult with the Minister and as a result to take questions relating to that commitment on notice.
Are you able to expand a bit more on what the public interest immunity claim would be on simply stating whether or not the government is intending to buy it itself or not?
Senator, I think the grounds on which I'd like the opportunity to consult with the Minister go to impact on Australia's international relationships, impact on the Commonwealth's relationship with the Northern Territory Government, and impact on information that has been provided in confidence to the Commonwealth.
Is it possible to get any indication of what timeline the government is working to around the acquisition of the Port of Darwin?
Taking that on notice.
I would include that in the range of matters to take on notice, Senator.
Point of order, Chair.
Senator Mackenzie, your point of order?
Public interest immunity claims are serious matters. The official is fobbing off a senator's question by a shroud of a PII instead of actually making the claim. If he's not going to make the claim, then the senator's question needs to be answered.
Senator Mackenzie, stop speaking over the top of me, please. The officer has taken on notice those questions, and he is entitled to take those questions on notice, as you very well know from your years in government. So there is no point of order. I've made my ruling, Senator Almond Pay, and your point of order is different.
To your ruling. My understanding of the standing orders is that they public interest in immunity claim needs to be made at this time, if it's going to be made, to take a question on notice.
Yes, he's taken it. I'm sorry.
But you can't take a question on notice if you've got the answer.
No, I think if you go back and read the answer, the officer said he was going to take those questions on notice to have that conversation with the minister. He never claimed public immunity at this point in time. And under the standing orders, he's entitled to take any question on notice. Senator Almond Payne, you have the call. Please continue.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether this can be answered or not. But this really relates to middle arm. And I note that I've got December to come back, Senator Mackenzie, so if I don't like my answers then that I get on notice, then I'll come back and have another crack. My question is, given the length of time that it is taking for anything to happen around middle arm and that $1.5 billion that's just sitting there, could that money be reallocated to develop and improve the green exports industry at the Port of Darwin?
I believe the agency or the department has already answered that question when you asked it previously, Senator Almond Payne.
That would be a future decision of government,
okay.
Senator.
All right. Well, maybe take that as a suggestion. All right. Thank you. That ends my questions.
We will then go to Senator Whitten.
Some questions about regional development. So, how much of the department's infrastructure spend in the last, I'm going to say 5 years, but you might have a different time frame of information available, has been allocated to Western Australia, and how much outside of Perth?
So, Senator, can I clarify your question? Because various parts of the department fund various types of infrastructure. So, are you speaking about land transport infrastructure or what we would call community infrastructure?
I'm going to say overall.
Okay. Yeah. So I think an overall figure we would need to take on notice. It spans a number of outcomes in the department, and we don't have all of the people here to give you a global figure now, but we can take that question on notice.
Okay. I suspect you'll be taking a few on notice then.
Let's see.
Unless Senator, you can be a bit more specific, and then the officers will try and help you.
Yep. So WA's regional roads are among the deadliest in the nation. Has the department delivered any completed road safety upgrade in the wheat belt in the past 3
My
years?
colleague Ms Hall may be able to assist in part. I suspect it'll be one that we end up.
This is really outcome one, where we had all the relevant officials here, and I apologise for that. I know it can be confusing, but we'll see what we can do. But many of our key people are not now available.
See what we can do for you, Senator. Just bear with us for a second.
So, Senator, in regards to your first question of for the infrastructure investment pipeline, there is $3.9 billion towards major active projects in Western Australia with a strong focus on road safety outcomes. I don't know the breakdown between urban and regional. With that one, we would need to go to the Land Transport Infrastructure Division. And for the risky roads, that's my next piece of paper. So I do have a list of projects. I know there was WA's Riskiest Roads report that was released, and I'm not familiar enough with the state to know which is in the wheat belt, but I do have 4 points here that I could read out to you just to say.
It's in a report, is it?
So no, there was media earlier this year regarding WA's Riskiest Roads, and there was a list of roads in those. And so there was the Albany Highway between Lamia and Cranbrook. I'm not sure if that's wheat belt, but we do have $6.5 million that has been committed to that to install over 34 kilometres of sealed shoulders and audible edge and centreline markings there. Is the Bustle Highway? That's not wheat belt, no. And Great Northern's north, so not wheat belt, and the Southwestern Highway between Brookhampton and Collins. There is $1.6 million for 106 kilometres of road sealing and audible edge and centreline treatments for those. So they're from the risky road list that was released earlier this year.
There is also $187.5 million, which is a total project cost for the wheat belt secondary freight network, which is on an 80-20 funding with the Western Australian Government, and this project is under construction and due to be completed in late 2026.
Thank you.
Senator, if it helps, I mentioned the category of community infrastructure as well. I do have a breakdown of funding for WA outside Perth on community infrastructure.
That's what I'm specifically looking for, is outside of the Perth.
Understood, yeah. So this is the Growing Regions program, which is geographically limited to areas outside capital cities. The total funding across 2 rounds nationally is $593,278,304, of which Western Australia received $112,830,014.
Thank you. So WA is export reliant. Has the department funded any dedicated freight route upgrades in WA since 22?
So, Senator, the wheat belt secondary freight route that I mentioned before is one example of what we've funded, plus a number of the key highways that we spoke about earlier today, such as the Kwinana Freeway and things like that, are also key opportunities where we're doing widening and things like that, which would help with export opportunities as well, plus the works that we do on the Great Northern.
Okay, thank you. I'll look back through the Hansard from earlier today to see some of that stuff. So, remote WA towns rely on air travel. Has the department guaranteed affordable and reliable air services north of Geraldton?
aviation was covered under the previous item, previous outcome, and I'm afraid the relevant officials are no longer with us. But I'll take that on notice and we'll provide you with some information.
Okay, thank you. How many WA communities remain in mobile black spots?
That's a communications question for the Environment and Communications Committee, which meets tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So I might see you then.
I'm assuming NBN would be the same?
Same,
yep.
Yep.
Okay, I'll save that one. WA towns are losing banks, post offices, health services. Has the department funded any programs to keep them operating?
The department, through its communications arm, has oversight of Australia Post, which operates at arm's length from the department, and we talk regularly to Australia Post about the importance of maintaining a rural post office network. But that's the limit of our departmental responsibilities in the area you've just described. Again, that will be, officials will be available to talk about that at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Environment and Communications Committee.
So other than the post office, there's no help or support for other services?
Not from our department. No.
How do you measure if grants are working?
Good question.
Dr. Hood might want to say something about evaluation for the programs that we administer.
Yes, so we do conduct evaluations at the end of our grant programs. That does tend to look at the outcomes evaluation as well as processes. And then we use those evaluations to further inform future grant programs as well.
Is that published?
I don't believe so.
We do, in regards to the land transport, we do get Infrastructure Australia, who will be on in a little while to do post-build evaluations as part of their requirements. They might be able to talk a little bit about what they do in that regard. We also get, under the notes and administration, we have a number of requirements where jurisdictions are required to report on productivity outcomes and other sort of metrics, so that we get a sense of not only how the build is going but the benefits of the project. So in the road safety space, for example, we get a sense of how many lives are saved by the roads and the work that we do as rolled out, and that is made public.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Chair.
Can I just ask a follow-up question that might be of use to Senator Whitten in relation to the announcement of 6 improved rest areas for truckies, which included WA? Perhaps that might be beneficial.
Do that as well.
So under the Heavy Vehicle Rest Area Initiative, that is $140 million over 10 years. Western Australia have 7 approved, so 6 newly announced. There's now 7 approved under that for a total of Australian government funding of $8.6 million. And the list, would you like the list of projects in WA? No, there's only 7. So, and excuse my pronunciation because I'm not a WA expert. So Shire of Pingelly, Pingelly, has the design and upgrade for a light vehicle rest area and a heavy vehicle rest area. That is Australian government contribution of $285,000 for a total project cost of $356,000, and that's due to commence construction in May next year. We also have, the Shire of Muckinbudden. Yes. Which is just the Muckinbudden Heavy Vehicle Rest Area. So that is $66,400 for a total project cost of $83,000. And that is currently due to start construction imminently. I'd say I've got around October. So Then Shire of Coolgardie has the asphalt surfacing on the road truck train stop area at the intersection of Bailey Street and the Great Eastern Highway and Lady Lock Road in Coolgardie, which is a $792,000 Australian government commitment for a $990,000 total project cost. And then so Main Roads have the Department of Main Roads, has two projects with us for the construction of a heavy vehicle rest area on the Air Highway at Mundrabilla. That is a $5 million Australian government commitment for a total project cost of $13 million and due to commence construction mid-next year. Also with Main Roads is the Shire of Cranbrook heavy vehicle rest area expansion. That is $2.095 million for a total project cost of $4.19 million due to commence construction in mid-next year. Shire of Plantagenet, that's not right. That's the Rocky Gully heavy vehicle rest area extension, and it's $145,600 for a total project cost of $182, due to start also mid-next year. And Shire of Victoria Plains, the Kalangiri heavy vehicle rest area, and that's Australian government commitment of $256,000 for a total project cost of $320,000 and due to start. So my report was as at the end of August, so it's due to start about now.
Thank you very much for that. I thought that was good information to have on the record. But before I go to Senator De Lega, can I just release some departments? Those I'm sure who'll be quite excited. Australian Transport Safety Bureau, Australian Maritime Safety Authority, National Transport Commission and the National Intermodal Corporation. They are released. Enjoy your evening. And I will go to Senator De Lega to your
thank you.
First estimate. So.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks also for sharing those safety initiatives because we do care about our truckies on the roads. So thanks, Senator Polly. Absolutely.
Right. Sarah Sullivan.
I have some questions for the department again about First Nations infrastructure and specifically the community infrastructure package under the Better, Safer Future for Central Australia initiative.
Just get the right people on the table, Senator. One moment.
Shuffle.
Do a lot of it.
The right people through.
Good to see you.
Hello, thank you for coming up. Can the department please shed some light on the progress of the projects in both Tranche 1 and 2 of that Better, Safer Future for the Central Australia initiative,
sure.
please?
Lil Gordon, First Assistant Secretary for the First Nations Partnerships Division for the department. The three tranches currently, so there are 9 projects in Tranche 1. There are 23 projects in Tranche 2. What I can tell you in terms of the progress from that perspective, with Tranche 1, we have, just give me a moment to make sure that I've got it in front of me. 2 of the 9 projects in Tranche 1s have completed reports in the current realm, which includes upgrades for the playground at, and this is, I'll need my colleague to come and help me pronounce some of these, but I'll rely on you, Minister, maybe from that projection. So Atajajer and a new play, Achutra. Okay, there you go. See, it's not my language, so there we go. And Churia in our new play system that are there as well for that particular tranche. From that perspective, there is also some change rooms in Pamara, Jutanara, and a half basketball court in Wallora, and oval lights in Tea Tree, Larambri, Kintor, and Chichachakala. Is that one right? In the mix. And in terms of Tranche 2, I got that one? Yeah. Oh, good. See, language does transfer across. In terms of the projects that for Tranche 2, we have a number of projects as well from that perspective. 23 projects which represent $28.2 million under the package. Again, we have cultural centres for Tea Tree and Yindamoo, a stage outside the auditorium at the public toilet in Laramba, new visitor camps, oval upgrades including change rooms and grandstands, and a men's shed refurbishment at Ulamar. Again, more change rooms at Atitija, a new public toilet near the softball oval at Angalawa, oval relocation and grandstands, re-establishing the farm at Wallaura, a community store in Pamara, Jutanja, a new recreation hall for Churira, and community laundries and toilets and shower facilities for Docker River, Kintor and Aringa. New BMX tracks, awesome. Refurbished recreation hall in Chichikala, splash pads for Papunya and Nataria, BMX pump tracks and a farm community garden, and a new orchard garden for Fink. So that probably helps you with that. So initial funding, there's 50% for 16 of the 23 Tranche 2 projects has been provided to the Northern Territory Government. Project plans remain under development for 7 of those Tranche 2 projects. And then in terms of Tranche 3, I know you didn't ask, but I'll keep going just so you have that already. The remaining funds of $16.5 million are available for Tranche 3, but those are currently being negotiated with the Aboriginal Leadership Group and the Northern Territory Government in terms of Tranche 3. Obviously anything from Tranche 1 transfers to Tranche 2, transfers to Tranche 3.
Thank you very much, Ms Gordon, for that amazing explanation of those projects. Can you tell me some examples of the community benefits of the already completed projects from any of the tranches so far?
So all of the ones that I've just outlined obviously would give benefits as far as being able to use the public spaces, being able to make sure that there is places for kids to be able to use at various points throughout the time, making sure that there's arrangements available for various things around community laundries and toilets, for example, are those everyday necessities that our people need very much so, and things like the splash pads, for example, gives opportunities for kids to be able to have some relief in terms of the weather as well as the rest of the family. So there are many things out of that, and I could go through the tranches again, but I think they're on record already.
Thank you. We'll look forward to progress on that one, Ms Gordon.
Thank you.
That's all from me for that one, Chair. Thanks.
Got any questions now? Yeah, that's fine. We've got some time.
Thank you, Chair. I have got some questions about the Northern Australian Action Plan. Yeah, sure thing. Now, just turning to the plan, which was launched in August 2024, and it has a number of priority areas. One of the passion points for me is about roads. I've been out on the road in and around Queensland, around my patch. Really pleased to see in the plan that it calls out the Bruce Highway. It's obviously the spine for much of Queensland, a big focus point to making sure that that road stays accessible through what is a pretty heavy disaster season. So I just wanted to touch on, in pulling together that plan, can you walk me through who was consulted when developing the action plan?
So my name is Casey Greentree, Assistant Secretary for Office in Northern Australia. Sorry, I'm just going to refer to my notes, won't be a moment. So essentially, we conducted extensive engagement with various stakeholders over the period of about, I believe it was November 2023 to about March 2024. But essentially, a lot of that was built on a lot of feedback that the government had received from previous joint steering committees and working groups and so forth as well. There was a lot of feedback that had gone into the sort of areas that needed to be focused on in the Northern Australia agenda. But to go into specifically, we did a series of one-on-one meetings with key stakeholders. That included the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Board, the Northern Australia Indigenous Reference Group, the Cooperative Research Centre for Developing Northern Australia, the Northern Regional Development Australia Alliance, and the Northern Australia Universities Alliance. We also then held a series of 9 virtual sessions, and I'm just checking. So we had 298 registrations for 6 scheduled sessions, and we had 178 stakeholders attend. We also had 3 scheduled sessions that were specifically for First Nation people and First Nation organisations, and we had 35 stakeholders attend over those 3 sessions. And we also ran an online survey. We had 510 responses to that as well. So there was lots of engagement. We also then did on-the-ground engagement as well. We went across 6 locations: Darwin, Alice Springs, Cairns, the Torres Strait, Broome and Kununurra as well. So quite extensive consultation. It was under the white paper refresh, and that went to inform the action plan.
Thank you. I mentioned before that there were 6 policy priority areas. The priority area I am particularly interested in is priority area 2, which goes to infrastructure. Some of the key pain points around regional Queensland are around housing and roads in particular. So I would appreciate if you could touch on those focus points in priority 2 around the challenge of housing and the challenge around roads, and just some of the key government actions in those areas.
Yeah, certainly. So I can refer to my roads and infrastructure colleagues who probably can answer better on the roads, but I'm also happy to talk to what we have been doing underneath the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum. And so the Ministerial Forum met in Broome last year in September, I believe. Sorry, I'll just confirm. Yes, in September. And at that meeting, there was a discussion around housing being a priority in Northern Australia. And so from that, the Northern Australia Housing Working Group was formed. And that was a group that is made up of representation from the different agencies in the Commonwealth that focus on housing, but it was also made up of representation from the WA government, NT government and Queensland government focused around housing as well. And the priorities that group focused on was looking at what is the comprehensive understanding of the housing landscape across Northern Australia, looking at the difference between that policy landscape and settings and what are the unique Northern Australia issues and barriers within that with housing development. Also looking at what housing program design and funding considerations need to be considered when addressing the Northern Australia housing, and also looking at what is the potential to unlock modern methods of construction in Northern Australia as well. So we have convened that working group. They have developed up a comprehensive report, and that will be reported to the next Northern Australia Ministerial Forum meeting, which is scheduled for the 17th of October.
Thank you. And just on those road projects, I can't allow my WA colleagues to have all of the fun with the infrastructure projects. I have to fly the Queensland flag. In the plan, there are some major road investments, particularly for Queensland. And I'll throw the Northern Territory in there as well. Could you run me through just a couple of those key projects from the Northern Territory and from Queensland under the major road investments?
Absolutely.
In the plan.
So, Senator, the details of those projects are in Outcome 1 in the land transport section. All of the status reporting for those projects is in the material that we tabled this morning.
Yes, great.
That is the most up-to-date source of information for the projects that are in both the land transport program and the Northern Australia Action Plan.
But suffice to say, lots for Queensland and Northern Territory. Yes. I won't verbal you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan, you've got the call.
Yes, thank you. Now, I just want to check, I had to step out of the room before when Senator McKenzie was asking questions, and I wanted to make sure the questions on the Regional Partnerships Precincts program.
We did discuss
asked?
the urban version of that program with Senator McGrath, but we didn't touch on the regional program.
All right, well, I want to make sure I cover those then. Can I get a breakdown of the successful RPP? Is there a neat way of saying that?
RPP is the best we've come up with, Senator.
Thank you. I'm still new to this this portfolio. The grants that were allocated to local government applicants, can we get that by electorate and date and the amount allocated and the contribution required by the applicants? So for you to provide that in a table or something.
So, Senator, we don't track these programs on the basis of electorate.
Okay.
We track these projects on the basis of local government area.
Okay.
And similar to what I just said to Senator Mulholland, they will all be included in the material that we tabled this morning. So
it's all in here.
That's right. So rather than take that on notice to do a separate table,
if we've already got that, that's good.
That's where they are.
We can do a Control F on the PDF. So then, can you provide us a breakdown of the unsuccessful local RPP, local government grant applications defined by local government area and state?
Senator, we don't collect that data on unsuccessful proposals. We collect and report information on projects that are funded, but we don't collect it, we don't aggregate it on projects that are not funded.
Okay. So then, well, see if you can answer this. What number of local government and what's the proportion of total grants that were allocated outside of large regional centres?
I think unless my colleagues have that easily to hand, we would need to take that on notice, Senator. The geographic definition for this program is everywhere outside capital cities, but we would need to take on notice the distinction between large regional centres and others.
And do you use the ACLG, the Australian Classification of Local Governments, when you define your LGAs?
Yes, we can include that in.
Yeah, if you could do it by that'd be good. What is the ratio then of RPP applications compared to successful grants from local government applications located outside of large regional centres?
I think we'd need to take that as an element of that question that we just took on notice, because we don't have the split to hand between regional centres and not regional centres. Yeah,
because obviously, like a place like Townsville's still a large place, but not not a capital city.
Yes.
So interested in understanding, particularly those smaller LGAs or lower population LGAs. Probably a better way to put it.
If you like, Senator, of some smaller.
Yeah.
So we have grants that have gone to the Cowes Foreshore Precinct in the Basque Coast in Victoria. We've got a project, Mid-Murray Council's Tourism Precinct project. We've got Catherine Town Council Multi-Purpose Sport and Recreation Precinct. So those are examples of one.
Okay.
City of Greater Geraldton.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No.
Beg your pardon. Well, what I was just going to say, given that these questions generally have to be taken on notice, I might just put this entire bit to you on notice so that you can respond as a bulk response. So I'll go to a different issue, the community infrastructure commitments. On the 1st of September 2025, the government announced a new $560 million closed grants program for community infrastructure, the Major Local Community Infrastructure Program. Can I please confirm that this program is intended to deliver the government's 136 community infrastructure election commitments, totalling 356 million plus other projects funded under PFO?
That's correct, Senator.
What categories of projects funded in the budget or PFO are going to be delivered by this program?
Senator, the objectives of the program are set out in the guidelines, principally it's to build resilient communities through the provision of social and community facilities, to improve community amenity, accessibility and livability through investment in community infrastructure, and to drive economic growth in communities in the broader region.
And it's a closed grant process?
That's correct, Senator.
So it's correct then that no new projects will be accepted into this program, and then only those directly invited by the department may apply?
Correct, Senator.
On what date did the department contact the selected applicants and invite them to make the applications?
So the program opened on the 1st of September, as I think you said in an earlier question, Senator.
So there's communication that goes out to those applicants,
That's correct.
I take it?
Yes.
And so they would have received that notification at that time?
It's Katrina Kendall, Assistant Secretary. Thank you, Senator. The department emailed out to the invited applicants from the 1st of September, so some of them may have received them progressively, but it's from that 1st of September date.
Yeah. Assistant Minister, who in the... Sorry, not the Assistant Minister, you're an actual minister.
I wasn't sure who you were.
I beg your pardon. This is Senator Chisholm's portfolio, which this question was originally written to. So,
you're right,
but Minister, who in the Labor Party made the decision to approve the government's community infrastructure commitments?
Well, you're talking about party matters. We're here to talk about government, Senator.
Okay, so which minister decided to approve the government's community infrastructure commitments?
I can take that question on notice.
Was Minister King the decision maker, do you know?
I've just answered your question, Senator.
Can you tell me, did those decisions go to Cabinet?
Well, you know full well that we don't disclose matters of Cabinet, Senator.
Well, no, I'm simply asking if they were a decision of Cabinet.
I've answered your question.
Well, no, that's not answering my question.
You may not like my answer, but I have answered your question.
Well, then I'm pressing you for a more accurate answer because...
Well, I refer to my previous answer.
It's not incorrect. It's not against standing orders for me to be able to ask you whether or not, and doesn't go to Cabinet deliberations, whether or not a question actually went to Cabinet.
Chair, I have responded to the Senator.
Okay. So were these matters a decision of government?
The question's been taken on notice, Senator.
Well, my first question was about Cabinet, so was this a decision of government?
She took a question on
well,
notice.
The first question
who made the
me,
decision.
I would take the question on notice.
All right, I won't argue the point. Not quite, though, Senator Polley, but that's fine. I'll move on. The guidelines released by the department, frankly, are confusing. There are two closing dates and times listed on page 1. December, so you've got the 1st of December 2025 and the 1st of March 2026. So for the public record, are you able to confirm what is the actual closing date?
Certainly, Senator. So applications are due on the 1st of December 2025. In line with the published guidelines, it is possible for applicants to seek an extension, and if an extension is granted, the latest possible date for an application to be received is the 1st of March 2026.
If applicants for projects promised by the government during the election do not apply by the due date, so these are election commitments, and if those applicants don't apply by the due date, what happens then?
That's a bit of a hypothetical scenario, Senator. Applications are due by those dates, either by the 1st of December or, as I say, if an extension is granted in the circumstances that are contemplated in the guidelines, that application needs to be in by the 1st of March.
Minister, if the application is then not received, does this mean that the government won't be able to deliver on its promise in the election?
I would just say this more broadly to the committee, Senator, that every election commitment we've taken to the 2025 election is certainly going to be committed.
You need an application though.
I've answered your question, Senator. As I said, you may not like my answers, but I have answered your question.
I don't have to like them, that's fine. Under the guidelines, all applications are to be assessed. What is the basis upon which the election commitments will be assessed by the department?
I might ask Ms Kendall to take you through those criteria, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. So there are 3 assessment criteria for the program that are set out in the program guidelines, but just for clarity, I can just summarise them. So the first is the social and economic benefits of the project. The second is the project viability and sustainability, and the third is the capacity, capability and resources of the applicant to carry out the project. So they're the 3 assessment criteria that each project and each application will be assessed against. And there is a benchmark for those to reach in order to be recommended for funding, and that is 60% against each of the 3 criteria.
Okay, so it has to meet those requirements in order for the funding to be passed through. So, given that it is a closed program, are applicants able to resubmit? So, if they pass, what happens if an applicant fails?
So I think, Senator, it would be unlikely that they would be able to resubmit. I think in line with the published guidelines and our accountabilities under the Commonwealth grant rules and principles, those that don't meet the benchmark as outlined in the public guidelines would not be recommended for funding.
So again to you, Minister, how can the government's election commitment be met if an applicant doesn't meet the requirements of the guidelines?
Senator O'Sullivan, can I just be really clear here? We have taken election commitments to the people and we have been voted in unanimously. We will continue. Well,
unanimously.
Well, we have. I mean,
I want to check.
Let's have a look at the numbers, shall we? Is that what you like? Or are you doing
vote.
different numbers? Or
100% of the vote.
Different numbers. I mean, we can look at our numbers.
34% of
the
people
numbers you're doing behind the scenes there, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you,
Senator
Minister.
McKenzie.
Thank you, Senators. Senator, can I have some order, please? We were doing very well until Senator McKenzie walked back in the room. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying. But it is not helpful. It is not. It's not helpful for Hansard or.
I was baited by Senator McCarthy.
We can have a break if you like. We can have a break now if you like. But what I'm saying is it is not helpful to Hansard or anyone who there'd be thousands of people listening in tonight, and it's not helpful to see that and to hear the misbehaviour of senators around this table. So, can I? You have the call, Minister. But it'd be helpful if we don't bait each other.
Thank you, Chair. Because I was so focused on the numbers that we had from the last election, I'm conscious that the other side are looking at other numbers whilst we're sitting here. Could I ask the Senator to repeat the question, please?
Sure, I'm happy to assist. Minister, if, as we just heard, a project application must meet the requirements in order for funding to be recommended, so the question to you is, given that it is a closed program, if an applicant doesn't meet the requirements, how can the government possibly meet that particular election commitment?
Thank you, Senator. We will certainly pursue meeting our election commitments, and I'm more than happy to take that on notice in terms of the Minister's direct response to your question.
Minister King is listed in the guidelines as the decision maker to approve applications following the department's assessment. Minister King is listed as having announced 6 of the government's 136 community investment programs, and at least 4 of the projects are in the minister's own electorate of Ballarat. In the guidelines, who is the listed decision maker for the projects in her own electorate?
Senator, thank you. We have put a brief to Minister King in regard to that issue, and she has delegated the decision-making for projects in her own electorate to another minister.
To another minister, okay. Can you tell us which minister?
I may have to take that on notice, I'm afraid.
That's consistent with the approach the minister's taken in other programs where
good
projects have come up for funding.
That's what the parent government does.
Well, I'm pleased to hear
let's
that.
not over
Stop
But if you can,
Stop baiting us.
yeah, come on, we're trying to get through this efficiently, Senator Polly.
Auditor General.
But if you can come back to us with who's been delegated that. Just check with my colleagues. Anything else for outcome 3? We're good.
Any further questions in outcome 3 from anyone? If not, can I suggest that we take the break now and then we come back and we move into outcome 4?
Yes, just a few. Yeah, Richard got some.
Fantastic. So 15 minutes? Excellent. Fantastic. Come back at 10 to 9 minutes to. That's good. I have to go and make a call.
Everyone's got out.
We'll reconvene. Senator, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go to the changeover in the air services contract to Christmas Island. So, Ms Forbes, you issued in a community bulletin on the 15th of August advice that there would be awarding of a new air services contract. There would be a transition period until Qantas commenced on the 3rd of November with a focus to minimise disruptions and a detailed transition planning that was progressing. What was the planning that was done prior to the announcement on the 22nd of August, or in the week concluding the 22nd of August?
Good evening, Senator. Kim Forbes, First Assistant Secretary for Territories Division. This was part of a procurement process that had spanned 18 months. Yep. Or so there was quite a detailed process of going out to market, and that was following sort of engagement and understanding with the community of what they were seeking out of air services for the Christmas Island as well as Cocos Keeling Islands. So there was many months of sort of a detailed sort of technical analysis and understanding with the sort of throughout the procurement process. And then that sort of led up to sort of an announcement on the 15th of August that Qantas was the new long-term sort of air services delivery partner for the Indian Ocean territories.
Yeah, I want to understand what the transition planning was, though. That's the point.
I might hand over to my colleague, Mr. Stankovicius.
Thanks, Ms Forbes. Adam Stankovicius, Assistant Secretary for the Indian Ocean Territories. Thanks for the question, Senator. We had a range at the end of the process that Ms Forbes described. When we had our preferred supplier, we had an extensive range of transition discussions. We did a whole range of scenario planning in relation to the way in which we could best assist the Indian Ocean Territories community, so both Christmas Island and Cocos Keeling Islands, with the transition process. At the start of that, it was basically approaching the existing provider to see whether they would extend their current arrangements.
Given the difference in dates between the completion of the existing contract and the commencement of the next one?
Longer than that. We had originally asked them whether they would be willing to go to the end of the financial year, just to make it a clean process for everyone. Because of a range of fleet changes that they were engaging in, they didn't agree to the extension, and that led us to different...
So that's to the end of...
The current financial year.
Current financial year.
Current financial year, Senator. And so that led us to a different range of scenario planning discussions in terms of transition. Once we'd got to our preferred supplier, which obviously was Qantas, we talked to them about the way in which we could easily transition. Obviously, with the nature of the market in Australia, we knew that they had transitioned Virgin passengers before. The example is when Virgin went into administration and there was a large wholesale transition of passengers from Virgin to Qantas, so we knew it was possible. Qantas certainly told us it was possible, and they were making arrangements for that to occur as part of our announcement. And that's certainly what was alluded to in the community bulletin that was issued initially on the decision. Virgin then obviously we weren't able to engage in those transition discussions with Virgin until we told them that they weren't the successful operator. And then...
So what date was that?
In a very short period. That date was the 15th of August 2025.
So basically they got told the day it was announced that they weren't successful?
Yes. We said that we would like to have transition discussions with them. They took a few days to think about, because Qantas was changing the days of flights. So at the moment it's Tuesdays and Fridays. Qantas are changing to Mondays and Fridays. They didn't think it would be operationally possible in a smooth way to be able to transition, because they said that they wanted to give customers control about which flight they would transition to in the new schedule that Qantas was putting forward. And Virgin made the business decision that they then told us about, which was that they would cancel all those bookings and refund with no penalty all of those tickets.
So you didn't anticipate that that's what they would do?
No, we certainly didn't.
In your planning for the decision, and so your planning effectively didn't start until the 15th, or a few days later, when Virgin said to you, "Sorry, we're not playing ball. We're just going to cancel all the flights."
No, our planning started a lot earlier than that, Senator, as I said, as part of the tender and contract development process. That scenario didn't play out, and then we had to put in place different transition arrangements which have evolved as we've stepped along. Qantas have been... Can I say, Senator...
So your planning scenarios didn't work, and you had to start again, effectively, because what you'd assumed would happen, Virgin didn't end up saying they would do.
Didn't agree to that first scenario, yes. Yeah.
So you effectively had to start again, because
we had to pivot.
The assumptions that you'd made didn't prove to be correct.
We had to pivot,
Senator. For whatever reason.
Yep. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Can I say though, Senator, The relationship with Virgin has been a very strong and positive one, and the relationship that we're building with Qantas is also strong and positive. We're really pleased that they did come to the party in terms of price matching. We worked with them as part of our, as I said, Senator, our early transition planning was we said to Qantas, we want a dedicated number to be able to support the Indian Ocean Territory's transition piece. They delivered that number at our request. They don't provide, for example, child fares to their normal domestic passengers. We've negotiated for them to provide child fares.
So when you say dedicated number, you're talking about a fare number?
No, a specific 1300 number for Indian Ocean Territory's passengers to be able to manage the transition process to Qantas, and a dedicated call centre, a number of people in their dedicated executive or VIP call centre to be able to handle specific queries about travel to the Indian Ocean Territories. So as I said, Senator, we did do transition planning. On one part of it, obviously, we had to pivot.
So from what date are you aware that Virgin cancelled all forward flights?
21 or 20, so 20, about the 20th of August. So about 4 days after we spoke to them, Senator.
And so at that point you had to try and find another solution to the change in circumstances. And that would line up with the complaints that started coming from businesses on Christmas Island over the weekend of the 24th, saying that everything's just dropping.
So, Senator, a number of businesses reached out to us, and that's separate to the individual passengers, and obviously they are tourist bookings that have been organised by the various visitors, and there were definitely hiccups in the system of rebooking, particularly for large bookings. And so we're aware a number of travel agents kind of block booked, and so that meant that a number of the tour operators weren't able to actually block book as well because the seats were selling very fast as people transitioned over. We again negotiated with Qantas, who were very responsive to both us and the travel agents and other travel businesses and tour operators that we're working with and that had raised issues with us, and we managed to resolve most of those problems in 2 or 3 days. They now have a dedicated contact within Qantas Travel Agent Services, and so we're very pleased with the way in which Qantas is working with those operators. They will, like Virgin, as part of their contract, promote the islands, obviously as part of their offering, and certainly I've seen 2 or 3 articles already in the mainstream press about this being part of the Qantas network going forward, but there'll also be tourism promotions going ahead, and the way in which I think Qantas has responded to these travel and tour organisation concerns will only be enhanced by the promotional work that we'll see in the future.
Have you had any advice with respect to direct losses by tourism businesses on Christmas Island as a result of the change? And I've got notes here with respect to one who'd, in a very short period of time, had lost 5,000 directly and looking to go to 30 grand, and aware of others that were also significant. Have there been any claims or approaches with respect to mitigating any particular losses that were suffered as a result of the changeover?
No, Senator.
So you're confident that
certainly, Senator, I would say in some of the early conversations we had with tour operators and providers, there were concerns that there might have been those level of losses. But as I said, once they had been connected with the Qantas travel agent dedicated line to manage travel agent group bookings, we understand, and the feedback we certainly got from some of them was that those issues were all resolved and the group tours were going ahead, and that there weren't any ongoing concerns. As I said, that's what we've heard. If you've heard something similar, then we're certainly happy to talk with those organisations on the island and see what we can resolve.
So a business that So you're saying that you're generally satisfied with how arrangements were able to be put in place to mitigate the circumstances that arose with Virgin saying, no, we're not continuing, we're just going to cancel, the system won't work for us.
Mm.
The new arrangements that were put into place mitigated the circumstances that occurred because of that, and those that needed to satisfactorily met their travel needs.
I would say that we always have pressure in particular times of the year on flights, Senator, and that isn't a transition question, that's just availability of seats. And that coming up to the end of this calendar year, which is why we asked in May to extend to the end of the financial year, because that's not a hot period. But basically December, January is a pretty hot period in travel to the islands, both the community coming off the island and going north, as well as tourists going to the island. So there is, as I said, there are pressure on seats, but in terms of pre-existing bookings with Virgin and those people having been refunded, and that's the commitment Virgin made, so they've made all the refunds, and those people being able to book and have their pre-existing fares matched, so their Virgin fares matched by Qantas, I'm confident that that transition has been effectively delivered for those people. If there are others where there are concerns, then we are happy to work with them to mitigate.
So is there a formal process to do that?
A formal process?
So is there a process for somebody who has remaining concerns, costs, losses?
So we put out, I think 3, maybe one might have gone out last week, so 4 community updates the Administrator has put out since the decision was announced. And every single one of those has included a dedicated email address which goes to my team in Perth, which is managing the contract transition, and it's called IoT Air Services Transition at infrastructure.gov.au. And we've been getting waves, I suppose you would say, Senator, as more information comes out. People want clarity. Obviously, when you have a 10-year arrangement with Virgin, people want to know whether it's going to be the same for Qantas or not, so we get a whole series of kind of clarifying questions. We work through those pretty rapidly to respond to everyone. A range of the travel agent queries came through that. A range of individual queries have also come through that. A range of the, as I said, the children's fare queries originally came through that. So it's given us a really good source of information and knowledge and intelligence on what the community is concerned about. I'd encourage anyone who still has concerns to contact us through that email address. But otherwise, Senator, we're also happy, obviously, through the Secretary's office to receive any information you or your office might want to provide.
Why did you not anticipate that Virgin might say we're not prepared to go through a transfer process? I mean, surely that had to be a reasonable consideration. Why would you not consider that Virgin, having lost a contract that they held for 15 years, was going to say, sorry, this doesn't work for us, we're out?
I suppose we were hoping that they would put the interests of a smooth transition, I suppose, ahead of the difficulty that they said. So they gave us 4 dot points as to why it is they decided in their business interest not to do that. Yeah, that's all I can say.
So your changeover, as you say in your newsletter, detailed transition planning, was based on a hope that they wouldn't say we're out. Sorry, we're out of here.
We had built a very strong relationship with Virgin, and we had hoped that relationship would extend to the transition process.
Okay. Right, I think I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Any further questions? Yes.
Yes.
No? You're done?
Thank you.
Okay.
You've done well.
Thank you very well, officers.
Minimal skin off.
Okay. Yes, I think we'll just suspend for a couple of minutes so we get the officers and do the changeover. Thank you, everyone.
We got this.
Well, good evening. I now welcome representatives from Air Services Australia. Do you have anyone have an opening statement?
I'll just table an opening statement if that's okay.
Yes, I'm
Thank you very much.
happy to accept that. Thank you very much. And then I will give the call to Senator Almond Payne. You have the call.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks everyone for being here so late in the evening. Although I'm glad we got to you now. I was worried we weren't even going to get on by 11, so that's great. My first lot of questions are around the Noise Action Plan in Brisbane. So does the Noise Action Plan contain any success metrics or KPIs?
Senator, thank you very much. Brisbane is a focus and remains a focus with Package 3. We've got quite specific actions. I'll pass to Ms O'Day, who heads up Risk, Noise and Environment, to answer the specific question.
Very good. Thank you, Senator. Jackie O'Day, Chief Risk, Noise and Environment Officer, Air Services Australia. In terms of KPIs, no. The Noise Action Plan for Brisbane doesn't contain any specific KPIs.
Okay, so how do you know if it's actually successful then if you don't have anything to measure that?
So, Senator, there are many things that we do in order to determine the success or otherwise of the flight path designs that we implement. And I can say that, they won't always please all of the community all of the time, but we do track, for example, our adherence to noise abatement procedures. So we now have a new reporting and monitoring system for our noise abatement procedures, so that the community can see very transparently how we are adhering or otherwise to those procedures. In terms of how we actually track as well, we track our SOD props performance, so you may be familiar, I'm not sure, with that particular mode of operation. So we have set ourselves a target around that, and we do track that on our website, and that's very available and transparent for everybody to see as well. But we don't have specific KPIs.
Okay.
Senator, the Noise Action Plans actually set out recommendations which have been well researched and canvassed with the community. We do track those actions, and there's 28 fully complete out of the 65 actions. We've got another 16 that are due off the back of the current package. So we do look at the actual recommendations off the back of the hard work and make sure that we're delivering those.
Would I be able to get on notice a list of what those actions are and which ones you say are completed?
Yes, we'll take that on notice.
All right, thank you. Notwithstanding that though, would it be correct to say that there's been no reduction in noise since the Noise Action Plan began implementation?
No, Senator, I don't believe that would be correct to say. So, again, it depends which communities you're talking about. So for some people, yes, there will have been a reduction in noise. For others, there is noise sharing that occurs, so they are receiving less noise or less overflight at different times of the day.
overnight, given it's Brisbane. So there have been a number of things actually that have taken place that we've implemented that have actually led to specific reductions in noise.
Could I get a clarification then? If you say that some communities have had a reduction, some have had noise sharing, are there any communities that haven't had a reduction yet?
Senator, I'm not sure that I could answer that off the top of my head, but I can probably get that.
Well, could I get
detail
on
for you.
notice then a list of each community and where you say noise has gone down, where it's the same, and where it hasn't gone down?
Sure.
Please, on notice, that'd be really helpful. When will the Package 3 consultation results be released?
So Package 3, we expect to be able to make an announcement on final flight paths by the middle of next year in relation to Package 3.
Okay. Have there been any internal evaluations of the recent engagement community meetings for Package 3?
Senator, I've only been with Air Services for a period of about 6 months, but certainly not in that time. There haven't been any. I might defer to my colleague, Mr. Curran, to answer that.
Senator, no, I'm not aware of any internal reviews regarding the Package 3 consultation.
Okay. Could you just take that on notice just to confirm?
Yes.
Interested to know then what the reason is for the shift from community forums to individual appointments. It sort of feels like certainly some of the feedback from the community is it feels like people are just being split up and just being given these tiny little blocks of time rather than a wholesale community forum. So is there a reason why that was changed?
Senator, we do still conduct community forums. Most of those are happening online. So we actually had 36 online sessions which were open to anybody who wished to attend them.
Are they a question and answer forum, or are they just a forum where you just watch a video and get information?
Questions and answers, so there is an opportunity for questions during those online sessions. We also ran we made available 484 20-minute slots for individuals to come and meet with our people and discuss the changes.
Were they fully booked out?
No, so that only 354 of those slots were actually used.
Did you have any particular areas where some were booked out? And the reason I ask that is that some participants have told us that they were fully booked and some of them within minutes. That includes the Ashgrove session. We had people from Ashgrove saying that they couldn't get onto that at all. And they said it was the only one that was in the electorate of Ryan. Is that right?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice to check. In fact, Senator, I may be able to give you the answer to that question before the end of our time here this evening, if you're happy for me to consult with a colleague and see if we can get that answer for you.
Yep, that'd be very helpful. Why was it only that the Bulimba and the Wynnum sessions were only added after community feedback? Why weren't they just included from the beginning?
Again, Senator, that's something I probably have to take on notice. So I know those were communities that were particularly vocal and that stand to be impacted by the changes, and so we were keen to be able to accommodate them.
Yep. I guess the question that they asked was they're two of the most flood affected areas, and so they were wondering why they weren't initially included and actually had to ask to be. So if I could get some background on that initial decision on notice, that would be helpful. Were labour hire used to staff any of the community meetings?
Not to my knowledge, Senator. I'm not aware of any labour hire people being used to staff any of this, no. We do use consultants in the design of the flight paths, and we do use acoustic specialists. So Trax International do quite a bit of work for us in helping us with our website, for example.
So were all of the people who conducted the community meetings, including the ones with the appointments, were they with people who had technical knowledge and expertise?
Yes.
Who could answer the questions?
Yes, Senator, they were. Yes.
Okay. All right. How am I going for time, Chair?
Still got a little bit longer to go.
Okay, I'll chug through as many as I can in one go. My next lot of questions are about sod drops. So after the commitment secured by the Greens, Minister King directed Air Services in September 2024 to extend sod props, prioritising overwater operations, yet usage remains well below the target. My understanding is that it's 3.8% in the winter months, and which is far below the very small target of 5.3%. Meanwhile, monthly flights over the city have gone up by nearly 1,000. Why is usage still stuck at 3 to 4%, well below your own 5.3% target?
So, Senator, given SODPROPS is an operational mode, I'm going to defer to my colleague, Mr Curran, to answer this, but I'll just make a couple of points first, and that is that approximately 50% of all operations at Brisbane are already conducted over water. We're certainly very keen to prioritise SODPROPS, and we know we have an obligation to do that, and so we have been working very hard to ensure we do that. We know that each time the SODPROPS mode is used, that the number of people overflown decreases from between 300,000 to 500,000. So it's very significant and very positive outcome for the people of Brisbane. And in fact, when those populations are overflown, they're overflown at a higher altitude. So it is a good positive outcome. But I will hand to Mr Curran, who gives some more
just
detail.
Interested to know why we're still below target.
Thank you, Senator. Peter Curran, Air Services Deputy Chief Executive Officer. You're quite right to say that we are below target. We set ourselves a target of 5.3%. We did that based on historical weather and traffic considerations. And as you mentioned, we have a direction to implement SODPROPS, and we do wherever we can. For context, in the calendar year 2024, we utilised SODPROPS for approximately 1.14% of all flights. Which we've increased throughout calendar year 2025. Year to date, we're forecasting 3.2%. And so whilst that still falls short of the 5.3% you mentioned, it's 3 times nearly what we were doing last year. So we are making significant improvements in our use of SODPROPS, particularly in sensitive times of day, nighttime operations. We're not there yet, though. We understand that the community expect us to continue to deliver, and wherever we can, we're seeking to utilise that. We are at the mercy of the weather to a large extent with regard to SODPROPS. We can't use it when the wind is not right. We can't use it when the runway is wet, and we can't use it during high traffic periods. So there are some limitations. Nevertheless, we think on average we should be able to use it at 5.3% of the time, and we're working toward being able to do that.
So has there been more adverse weather than you originally modelled?
So on a year-to-year basis, yes. You'll see variations in any given year. Certainly, the first half of this year, with tropical cyclone, etc., some of those weather conditions, we had extremely wet weather conditions for a lengthy period of time. As I think you mentioned a moment ago, during the winter months when it's been drier, we've increased the rate, but not enough to get us up to 5.3%. So weather remains a factor. And we also hold ourselves to account to try to use the mode whenever the weather and traffic conditions permit, and we target to do that 100% of the time. We're not able to do it 100% of the time because of certain factors like traffic, military activities, etc., that sometimes limit that. But we publish that on our website on a daily and weekly basis to provide transparency to communities. So where we're falling short, we're being very transparent with communities around why.
So just to be clear, has the amount of adverse weather events been higher than what you originally modelled?
Yes is the answer. In fact, in July the weather was quite benign, and we achieved 4.6%. So that driver of weather is very significant. And July, I live in Tenerife, so I'm very familiar with the area. The drier weather enabled a 1.5% increase in that usage in that month.
So I guess the question is, given that we seem to be seeing more and more adverse weather events as the climate's changing, do you expect that you'll ever actually meet the target of 5.3%?
So it's based on historical weather and traffic patterns, and so it goes to the rate of change. I guess I think we will have some years where we will have the weather conditions that will permit that, and other years where we will not be able to do it due to weather. And what we commit to doing is trying to deliver on that target and being transparent on the reasons why we don't, where we're not able to.
Yeah. When did SODPROPS start?
SODPROPS commenced with the use of the new parallel runway in Brisbane in July of 2020, I think.
Okay, so we've had 5 years now, roughly, of that. I guess what I'm trying to understand is if we haven't had a year since it started where it's met the weather conditions that have been modelled, do you need to rethink the basis of the modelling?
Senator, we did that modelling last year,
Okay.
but based on historical performance. But I guess what I would say that I think gives some assurance to our commitment is that in 2024 we were able to deliver only 1.14%. In 2025 year to date, we're targeting 3.2%. Not there, but it's nearly triple what we were able to do last calendar year, and so we're working away to find ways to unlock our procedures to be able to do it more and more. And the air traffic control staff in Brisbane Tower and the terminal control unit are well across the importance of this to the community, and they're committed to it.
Okay, so which leads into my last question on this particular topic. Is the shortage of air traffic controllers contributing to not reaching the target?
Senator, we don't have a shortage of air traffic controllers in Brisbane Tower, but there have been very isolated occasions where we have had staffing as one of the reasons where we haven't been able to do sod props, and we've made that transparent and publicly clear on our website.
How often, on average, is staffing
It would be a very small number of times. I'd have to take it on notice.
Yeah,
it's
could
a
you just
very
take
small
on
number
notice,
of
like
times,
the
Senator.
percentage of time that it's a staffing issue that's contributed to that? All right, last 4 questions. This is, what do these relate to? Okay, still sod props and things, but more to do with nighttime flights. So residents under the Legacy runway report that on some nights there are up to 18 arrivals in a single hour, 1 plane every 3 minutes, and 28 arrivals between 10 p.m. and midnight. All of these flights arriving from the city direction are forced onto a single overland path at night. Is that correct?
Senator, it's correct that the new runway is generally not available for use during a nighttime period. I think it's from 11 p.m. until 6 a.m.
Okay, and why is that?
That was part of the conditions through the EIS, is my recollection.
Okay, so they're concentrated onto one path because it was a condition of the EIS?
Senator, that's my understanding, onto the original, the Legacy runway as it's known.
Okay. Is there a cap that applies to nighttime arrivals?
Senator, there is not a cap for Brisbane Airport.
Okay. How many movements per hour does it take for sod drops to no longer be usable?
Senator, it depends on a range of factors, but generally it's around 20 movements per hour.
Okay, so there's no protection on busy nights then for people under that concentrated flight path?
Senator, most of the operations from 11 p.m. until 6 in the morning, in most hours there is less movements than 20 movements per hour.
Okay, although we've got people saying there's up to 28 arrivals between 10 p.m. and midnight.
Senator, there's quite a wealth of information on our website around the actual arrivals and departures into Brisbane on a per hourly basis, which I think is available for the community. It's certainly my understanding that there is not an hour that's regularly scheduled for more than 20 aircraft movements per hour during the nighttime period.
Okay.
So from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m, I should be a bit more precise.
All right, thanks for that. That's me, Chair. I'm done. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well done. Thank you very much. We are now going to go on to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you so much. And the Coalition has a lot of questions for you. Where are you?
Well, we're going to do
Where
the
are you,
15-minute
Mr. Curran? You're way away. Okay, just quickly, in October 22, you told this committee you had a plan to rebuild air traffic controller numbers. At each Senate estimates hearing since then, you promised improvements, and yet we are still seeing significant occurrences of last-minute ATC shortages at major airports. Can you provide the committee what number of controllers did you promise to hire and train? How many actually have you delivered?
Senator, the macro numbers, in other words, the numbers that we were talking about 3 years ago, are exceeded. We actually have the air traffic controllers that we require. In terms of the impact, we're less than 0.1% of the impacts on delays in Australia. Are we there? No, we're not. At the last hearing, I committed to a change where we have standby arrangements. We're now recruiting for those, having secured the air traffic control numbers that we had presented here 12 months ago. So we've got 85 additional ones coming in. A lot of those will go on to what's called grade A, so effectively standby arrangements, similar to what airlines do with pilots and cabin crew.
Can you just table the full list? That'd be fantastic. Sydney is the beating heart of the network. What is Sydney's current controller requirement compared with how many are available to work today?
Senator, I'll pass to Mr Curran on the specifics in Sydney.
Senator, thank you. There's a number of parts to the system in Sydney. If I can, I'll step you through those. We have the Sydney Air Traffic Control Tower. The requirement to operate Sydney Air Traffic Control Tower sits at 39. We refer to that as a mature demand. That covers a range of activities, training, administrative duties, etc. And today we have 41.5 air traffic control staff available. So they're current and available to be rostered. So 2.5 more than our requirement there. We actually employ our total supply in the Sydney Tower is 2 more again, but they're being used for other duties at present.
Okay. So on notice, please give the numbers for the for the tower, and for Sydney Approach Control, and table them month by month for the last 15 months. And I want that by rostered versus actual. Okay, can I have that?
I think that's clear. Yes, Senator.
Excellent. So how many days has Sydney's capacity been cut primarily because of your staffing levels?
Senator, there has been 3 events throughout the course of this year, this calendar year. The first was on the 14th of February, where we had to reduce capacity. We had another event on the 22nd of June, and an event on the 19th of September just recently.
Okay, thank you. And they were primarily because of staffing issues?
That's correct, Senator.
Yep.
And for further context, compared this year to date, compared to the instances where we've had delay attributable to air services in Sydney due to staffing, is less than half the instances of last year, calendar year 2024.
Okay.
So as Mr Sharp says, we're not there yet, but we are at half of the level we were in 2024.
Of the 85 controllers for Sydney, you briefed out in September 25 that you had no ground delays in July and had 85 controllers this year. Where are the 85 in the pipeline? Are they all fully qualified and able to be rostered as of today?
Senator, 65 of them are endorsed and in the hot seat.
And 20 are awaiting further
and 20
checks.
are in the process,
Right.
going through the process.
Thank you. Over the past 18 months, how many times did you announce weather as the cause of delays when staffing was also a material factor?
Senator, I would expect the answer to that is 0. We publish our performance on a daily basis and we provide transparency to industry where air services is attributable as the reason for the delay. Where it's weather, we say it's weather, and where it's staffing, we say it's staffing. We have a mechanism on a weekly basis to engage with airlines where there is an engagement around, sometimes there's a grey area as to what the level of attribution might be, and there is an engagement with airlines to try and land that so that we can understand exactly how we're performing. We also brought in the International Air Transport Association to conduct an audit of our processes and the way that we're actually attributing delay to ourselves as well as other industry actors. They made some recommendations, we've accepted that, but broadly the way we're approaching this was considered to be acceptable.
I want to move to CMATs now. What exact capability is operating now under CMATs? Where and what remains outstanding?
Senator, thank you. CMATS is the new air traffic control system. It is not yet operational. We have completed the facilities in Melbourne and Brisbane. We're going through software acceptance testing now with our supplier Thales, and we plan for that to go fully operational in late 2027.
Late 2027. Can you please table the current master schedule with the milestone dates?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a whole series of questions on notice, but I know we're running short of time tonight. So around governance assurance, commercial levers since the audit that was conducted into One Sky, or the contract management of One Sky. And I have some significant questions I'd like you to answer on that. I just want to understand, the audit at the time also raised concerns about gifts and hospitality. Has anyone been disciplined? One of the comments were air service staff accepted and did not declare gifts, benefits of hospitality, indicating limited compliance with Air Services Code of Conduct requirements and procedures on perceived and actual conflicts. Has anyone been disciplined?
Senator, thank you. The audit provided 18 instances, which was furnished by Talus as to instances that they had on their records where there was a gift for an air services staff member. In a number of those instances, the amount of the gift was less than $100, which is our threshold for reporting and providing transparency through our website, which we publish quarterly. So there was.
So what was the biggest?
The largest number was $787 for a number of...
what was it?
A number of people who attended a dinner. I don't have the detail of the numbers.
So someone Talus bought dinner for...
That's my understanding. In terms of the process that was gone through, there was no wrongdoing found by the ANAO, and I can confirm that of the staff members who received those gifts or benefits, in fact, none of them continue to be employed at Air Services. It wasn't in relation to this. It wasn't a discipline.
So I did ask. So
no longer.
I get all that. I understand very well perceived and actual conflicts of interest. I also understand when ANAO reports actually find wrongdoing and when they don't. Was anyone disciplined around the findings out of the audit?
Senator,
yes
no.
or no?
No.
No. I would like a full list of gifts or hospitality received. You said there were 18 items or 18 individuals? 18
instances, and 18 they are published in the ANAO report.
Great. And I would also like senior executive, like what levels were these people? Were these a receptionist?
They were generally program level, but I'd have to take it on notice.
Senior executives?
There may have been some, yes.
Who should have known better?
There may have been some senior executives. I'd have to take it on notice to provide you.
Do you actually train? Do you expect your senior executives to understand the need to declare gifts and hospitality appropriately?
Senator, we do.
Is that, have you had to revise? Have you had to revise your internal processes?
Senator, we have strengthened that process. That's correct.
Just in terms of the Senate inquiry into the impact and mitigation of aircraft noise, to what extent has the organisation sought to operationalise the recommendations, particularly recommendation 16 around community engagement?
Thank you, Senator. In terms of those recommendations, yes, the recommendations have been operationalised in large part. So recommendation 4 was the support for sod props at Brisbane Airport. We've already spoken to that, and clearly that's a priority for us. Recommendation 5 was the prioritisation of continuous descent operations and continuous climb operations for Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne. And there is a limited trial of continuous descent operations known as predictable sequencing, which will be trialled currently in Melbourne, Sydney and Perth. And if you want further detail about that, again, I'll defer to Mr Curran for that operational mode. But certainly we have taken action in respect to that. Recommendation 16, which is the improvement of the community engagement framework, through robust processes for considering, responding to and implementing outcomes of consultation. That has also...
For Brisbane Phase 6 and Package 3, yep.
Yes, that's correct, yep, and so that has occurred. We have strengthened our community engagement standard, and it was benchmarked and based on international best practice at the time it was developed and launched. I think it was October 2023, to the best of my knowledge. And then the last of the recommendations...
So sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. So you're talking about the engagement that was launched in October 2023. These recommendations relate to a report that was done into how you didn't have robust consultation processes in place, and the communities impacted made their voices very well known, as the Green senators and as coalition senators in Brisbane hearings can attest to, and your colleagues are nodding. So the fact that you're telling me that your response to recommendation 16 is you had robust systems in place launched in October 23, the recommendation came out after the launch of those. So I would argue that that hasn't been dealt with, if that's your answer. And, and Mr Curran and Mr Sharp know that. So come back in December with a better answer for recommendation 16, please. And also recommendation 20, which was that the department works with Air Services Australia and the Noise Ombudsman and the aviation industry stakeholders to create a modern, user-friendly website that provides a single source of truth for the community, and that you should consult with the community about that. Have you started to work with those other internal stakeholders in particular around developing a website?
Yes, we have, Senator. So at the moment we are, in fact, going to go to tender for our noise and flight path monitoring system, and that will involve an uplift in relation to the information and data that we provide on our website. So that's one thing that we have in train already, but we have improved the website significantly in recent months. For example, our NAP reporting, so our noise abatement procedure reporting, has been significantly uplifted as well, and is now in place for 10 of Australia's major airports.
And what community consultations have you done around that?
So as far as the NAP reporting is concerned, for example, with our consultation for Western Sydney, we have specifically consulted in relation to the NAP monitoring and reporting there. We've had input from the ANO in particular in relation to our NAP reporting and monitoring.
But communities, impacted communities in Brisbane.
So I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, in terms of specifically consulting the Brisbane community.
Please talk to the impacted communities.
Can you please allow the witness to complete her answer before you jump in?
I just worry I'm not speaking clearly.
Sorry, the witness is responding. Allow her to respond.
Sure. Thank you. So in terms of Brisbane, I'm not aware as to whether or not we specifically consulted in relation to the NAP, but certainly as part of our major noise action plan for Brisbane, we've consulted extensively with
It was
that
about
committee.
the website and recommendation 20. I'll be checking in December. I'll throw to Susie McDonald, please. Senator McDonald.
Yes, I'll give the call to
Thank
Senator
you.
McDonald. Thank
My
you.
apologies.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. I've got some questions around Townsville Airport and specifically the decommissioning of the ILS system there. Who should I direct my questions to?
Senator, I'll pass to Mr Curran.
I'll do my best to answer questions.
Thank you very much. So there's going to be a temporary decommissioning of the ILS for runway 1 at Townsville Airport, a decommissioning date of the 22nd of January 2026 till a planned recommission date of August 2027, 18 months later. How firm is the planned recommissioning date of August 2027?
Senator, I will have to take that on notice. I apologise, but Townsville air traffic control is provided by the Australian Air Force. We do support some of their infrastructure through technical maintenance services, etc., but we don't provide air traffic control services at Townsville. I can get that information and take it on notice.
Well, it's not the air traffic control, it's the instrument landing service, and it's the infrastructure around that. And so, okay, so you're telling me that the Townsville Airport is telling the...
It would be in regard to the instrument landing system, a combination between the Royal Australian Air Force and the airport operator. But we do provide some maintenance services for the Air Force, and so we would have information around that. And it affects the network more broadly, and we work very closely with the Air Force in regard to those sort of matters.
Okay, well this is interesting because the Townsville Airport is telling everybody that they're engaging actively with Air Services Australia and CASA, that all submissions will be reviewed in consultation with the relevant airspace stakeholders and regulatory authorities, and that they're putting your name
Senator,
on the page?
It may well be that we provide the maintenance services there, that we actually do the engineering work there. That doesn't mean that we're a decision-making or body with regard to the dates of when these things are turned on or off. But it is something that, as I said, I would expect we could be involved in, and we can provide that information on notice.
And Senator, if I may, the master plans and changes are often put out for consultation across all stakeholders. So we receive a number of these plans from regional airports. That doesn't mean we are a decision maker, and we'll revert with the information we have on it.
Okay, so appreciating all of this, I'm concerned because it's been put to the community that the ILS will be decommissioned for 18 months. So as you've identified, Air Force, big general aviation and commercial aviation centre. They've raised that there will be safety issues, that they won't be able to use, they might be having to use visual approaches to the airport. And given that will cover, 2 wet seasons, 2 cyclone seasons, I'm really frustrated because I already fly into Mount Isa regularly and I'm turned back over the strip back to Townsville because there's not suitable instrument landing services. And I get that you're saying this is not your problem, but you're not the responsible entity. But you understand why everybody thinks it's air services. You're being thrown under the bus. And we can't land safely at Townsville Airport.
We'll revert with the information, Senator. We don't have, and we're not privy to it here.
Okay. So just walk me through then, who is going to be responsible for the decision-making around the decommissioning of the ILS?
Senator, we would have to take that on notice because we would need to check with the Royal Australian Air Force, the airport operator, and also to the extent we're involved in maintenance, we would just need to understand exactly what the arrangements are that are in place. What I would also note, and it's not as good as an ILS, that's certainly the point I think you're making,
yes.
There are typically other options for other types of navigation aids that can facilitate approaches. They often have a higher minima, a higher decision point for pilots to have to make, and there will typically also be a GPS approach system as well, which would be in place. Again, that may have a higher minima, a higher decision point for pilots. So we can provide all that information on notice.
Okay, so I remain concerned because major airport in Northern Australia, we already have problems with not being able to land at Mount Isa during the wet season, telling me that we may not be able to land because of the higher decision-making point for pilots in Townsville. This is unacceptable in a modern day age for an 18-month period. I'm surprised that this is not a briefing note for you to come to estimates, that you've just been sent out and, good luck with that. Just tell them it's Air Force and we'll sort it out later, because that's not okay. This is, yes, it's an Air Force shared facility, but this is the significant landing point for disaster, normal travel, health, RFDS, GA normally. I mean, I'm surprised nobody's briefed you and said, hey, you'll probably get a question on this.
Well, I'd suspect, given the decision doesn't sit with us, we will be the coordinator and we'll find out the background to it. We can't comment because we need to ascertain the information. There's a large number of smaller airports where master plans come out. I don't have briefing notes on those, but we can certainly go to the relevant stakeholders and clarify something, which is what we can do in this instance.
Again, and I understand what you're saying, but I don't think this is acceptable. That I appreciate you saying you're not the decision maker, but everybody's saying that this is going ahead. These are the dates. Air Services is handling it, but what you're telling me is you're not handling it.
I note your comments, and we've answered the question, and we'll be reverting with the information.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, but hopefully Townsville Airport, Air Force Services are listening to this and going, perhaps we should have done better for Air Services rather than name them as the authority, because they're asking people to put forward submissions to your decision and your actions. But I do want to get on the record, Minister, representing the Minister. This is not acceptable to have Townsville Airport out for 18 months with substandard technology that was okay in the olden days, but is not okay now for a modern airport with, you live through the same stuff, cyclones, wet seasons, and everybody saying, oh, well, too bad, Mount Isa and Townsville are, somehow second-class regions in northern Australia, the places that we love and think are important.
I certainly hear what you're saying, Senator, and just a footnote to that, I was in your part of the world last week, and it was very nice to be able to land and then get over to Palm Island. I thought I'd just share that with you.
Excellent. Well, I'm pleased.
And then get out as well.
Yes, yes. Well, it truly is. I just can't make this point strongly enough to the department officials who are listening. The fact that it happens in Mount Isa, bad, but to think that we will be back to the same sort of services in Townsville is not acceptable. 18 months. So look forward to seeing you in December when you will come. You'll respond to me before that, thank you, and come prepared for the same questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you, Senator McDonald. We're going to go to Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Chair. Let's go to the other end of the country, south. And the approaches and the new system into Hobart. Can I ask where that final process is currently at? Now, I know that you looked at some additional paths out over the water. Off the east coast was one of those, and my understanding is that you've settled, once you pass the convergence point on two circuits, if you like, or loops back around onto runway 30.
So you're correct. So back in 22, there was a post-implementation review of the original decisions, and 11 recommendations arose out of that.
Can I just ask? I just want to clarify a point for myself. When the original 2017 path was put in place, there was only one path past the convergence point, is that correct?
I recollect that's the case, but I'd have to check the detail on it.
Yeah.
And that was part of the concern from the community. Were we actually spreading those flight paths adequately from a community perspective?
Yeah. You had a significant focus of attention, if you want to call it that, over one particular community at Dunalley,
Yes.
I think it was. And then after the consultations, there were two flight paths that were put in place.
Yes.
One slightly east of Dunalley, and then another one which went over what is now the problematic area, if I put it in those terms, so Carlton Primrose Sands.
Yes, and then we did further engagement. There was a noise abatement procedure put in place, and then July, August this year, so very recently, we conducted the last round of engagements. So that was on two recommendations. So one of them was around shifting runway 30 AR2 3 kilometres further to the east, and then the other was around a recommendation to move runway 30 east over the water. And both of those have been run to ground. But I'll pass to Ms O'Dea just to talk through any more detail there.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, so the engagement on these community suggested options, so recommendation 4, which was the moving of the existing arrival path 2 to 3 kilometres to the east, and recommendation 6, which was effectively to move the east coast route in its entirety over water. The engagement for those two suggestions was completed on 16 July this year, and we released our assessment outcome. And as a result of that outcome, we are currently working on preferred design for recommendation 4 only before a decision is made on implementation. Recommendation 4 was found to provide a net noise benefit. I'll pick that up in a minute. That was because it would reduce the number of people overflown quite significantly, from 971 people down to 94 people. It also will reduce the number of people subject to noise levels above 60 decibels from over 1,000 to approximately 100.
It does involve a small increase in CO2 emissions, but when we considered that, we found it was reasonable given the substantial community noise improvement that will be a result of it. In comparison to that, recommendation 6 provided no net noise benefit and was opposed by 98% of the people who would actually notice that change.
So that was the one out of the water?
That was the one when we moved the East Coast.
Which brought a whole new cohort out of the
That's correct.
that were worried about dark skies and
That's correct.
all that stuff, yeah.
Yes, and in fact it impacted Maria Island as well,
Yep.
you may recall. So we opted not to proceed at this stage with recommendation 6, and we will work on the, as I said, the preferred design for recommendation 4.
So what recommendation 4 leaves you with 2 flight paths past the convergence point?
Yes, I believe that's correct, Senator. I might have to check with others who are more familiar with it, but yes, I think that's correct.
So given the evidence that we heard at the hearing in Hobart from, I think, a pretty credible witness who owns the nearby airport and knows the area pretty well, but the practicalities of 2 aircraft being in the airspace post the convergence point at one time, why wouldn't it be possible to revert back to a single point that mitigates all of those overflights, particularly Carlton Primrose Sands?
We have our technical expert here, Senator, so I'll ask Ms.
I'd love to hear a technical expert.
Thank you. It's highly likely Ms. Marshall was actually at those meetings.
Probably sitting in the back row quietly listening to us.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I'm Donna Marshall, Head of Community Engagement with Air Services Australia. Excuse me. The 2 flight paths to runway 30 have very different purposes. One of them is what we call a long approach, and the other one's a short approach. They're the kind of, I guess, colloquial names we give them.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so the RMPAR, or the short approach, is a GPS-guided approach, whereas your RNAV, or your long approach, can be used by any aircraft.
Okay.
And so the reason we have two paths, because the community has suggested that we combine it and just have the one path. But to do that, we would have to put all aircraft on the RNAV, or the long approach, and that means we don't have the short approach. The benefit of that short approach is that it provides fuel savings, provides CO2 emission savings, and the industry has equipped their aircraft to be able to fly it. And so that's why we have the 2 paths there, and that's why we need to maintain both, because they serve different purposes.
Okay, so with the RMP, which is the shorter path.
Yep.
And Mr. Sharp, you would understand what I'm going to say because you're on the email list that I'm reading from. So the concerns with respect to aircraft passing at low height, below 1,000 feet, which is the allegation. How do we manage those things? Because we know, and we heard during the inquiry, that height is one of the factors with respect to noise, and this allegation's been a consistent one from before the date of the hearing, and it remains in the emails that we both continue to receive. So how do we respond to that particular point? Because that would be a feature of that shorter flight path.
Yeah, that's correct, Senator. Generally, the RMPARs come in much closer to the runway. That's how they achieve their fuel and emission savings. And so they will be lower because they're joining final approach much closer to the runway. Over Primrose Sands, Carlton River, the aircraft are generally between 2,000 and 3,000 feet. I'm aware that some community members have said that they're at 1,000 feet. The reporting...
And below?
and below. The reporting that we have publicly available on our website, which comes from our radar data feed that our air traffic controllers use, so it's the same data, shows that the vast majority are between 2,000 and 3,000 feet. But what we can do, and it goes back to what Ms O'Day was just talking about with recommendation 4, we're seeking to shift that 2 to 3 kilometres away from those communities. And so the community of Primrose Sands, Carlton River, that get the RMPAR flights at the moment at the 2 to 3,000 feet, they won't get those flights anymore. They'll be 2 to 3 kilometres to the east and mainly tracking over vacant land, noting there is a fringe of residential development on either side. So that's how we're actually addressing those concerns.
Okay. So I won't look at the noise levels because I'm sure that you're doing noise monitoring as a part of the process, and that would be published too,
Yes, Senator, at the moment we don't have noise monitors in Hobart at the moment. We did have noise monitors there during the post-implementation review.
Yep.
That data is still available on our website. Generally, when we change a flight path location, we will put some temporary noise monitoring in following that time just to help us with our review to make sure that the flight path is operating as we expected it to. And so it is likely that if we shift the RMPAR, the 2 to 3 kilometres to the east, that would come with some temporary noise monitoring for that purpose.
Okay. So the other one that concerns me, and I did ask the residents when we were at the Hobart hearing whether they had had any testing done on the water in their tanks because of the allegations that have been made with respect to the impact on their drinking water, which is tank water. Have you done any testing to verify this or not? I mean, it's a concerning allegation to continuously have in the public domain, and I would have thought doing some testing could deal with it, one way or the other.
Senator, the impacts of fuel. Do we not want to know? The impacts of fuel on water supplies is an issue that's been around aviation for many, many years. I'm not sure if you've got any specific information on the Hobart.
Not specific to Hobart, but we certainly do regular testing. We take a risk-based management approach in relation to the PFAS, potential impacts of PFAS, if that's what you're referring to, Senator, or is it more the fuel?
It's in a series of emails that I've received since before the inquiry and since. It's a regular allegation that's made. My assessment would be that it's based on a report that has been done somewhere, and these residents are saying, well, this is what that report showed, this is what's happening to us. So it's a correlation, not a demonstrated outcome, but...
Yes, I understand.
Still...
Yes, Senator.
Can I just interrupt briefly to ask how much longer you need?
We're nearly there.
Right, because we have 7 agencies to get through.
No, I've nearly finished. This is the last bit of the question.
Fantastic. Senator, I can just briefly answer that. Air Services Australia isn't a water testing agency. We don't have capability in that area, and generally it's the state authorities that do water testing, water quality testing and so forth. However, there have been a number of studies done both internationally and within Australia around the impact of aircraft operations on water supplies and tank water. The amount of emissions and particulate matter that aviation contributes to that is minuscule compared to other environmental sources. That's what the studies have shown to this point, and so we base our understanding on those impacts on those studies.
Could you provide to the committee some of that?
Yep.
We'll take that on notice,
so that we can have a look at that. So, finally, you're looking at following recommendation 4.
Yes, that's correct.
What is the time frame for finalisation of that process and the mitigation effects that come with it?
Yes, thank you, Senator. So we plan to present the preferred design and an environmental assessment to the community for a final round of engagement before the end of this calendar year, and we propose to make an announcement regarding our decision early next year.
Okay. So what will be the process to test your assumptions with respect to the impact that you are projecting in relation to the modified flight paths?
Your final question,
Yeah.
Senator. Your 15 minutes is up.
So, Senator, just in terms of the process, as I said, we will follow our community engagement standard. We will take it back to the community for further engagement, and we will then proceed to work on the preferred...
When will aircraft start flying?
The aircraft will probably not start flying for at least another year, Senator. From what I understand, it's a very complex process. Once we've actually made our decision and made an announcement about that decision, it will be between 6 and 12 months before that can be implemented due to the processes I'm sure that Mr Curran can talk to in some more detail regarding training and working with the airlines to be able to actually implement those flight path changes.
Since I'm being wound up, perhaps I'll have another conversation in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. We are going to suspend for a couple of minutes to change over, but thank you to Air Services Australia, and we're inviting Civic Aviation Safety Authority to come forward, and then we'll be going to Senator Roberts, but it would be good if we had any... Can we just cut? Yeah. If we can have an indication of whether you still want... Thank you very much. I welcome Civil Aviation Safety Authority officers. Does someone want to make an opening statement? Okay, then we will go straight to questions. Thank you very much for appearing so late. Senator Roberts, you have the call. 15 minutes max, hopefully
under
shorter.
15.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing. I want to ask about the Qantas plan and an urgent landing at Sydney Airport in March after the captain suffered chest pains. Has a full medical report been done on this pilot for his CASA licence after this event?
Sorry, Senator. Pip Spence, CEO, Civil Aviation Safety Authority. I don't have that information in front of me, but I'm happy to take it on notice and provide you with a response.
No one's got that information?
No, sorry, Senator.
Did the pilot have a COVID-19 mRNA jab?
As I said, Senator, I don't have any information on that incident, but I'm happy to provide that on notice.
Did CASA's medical investigation specifically screen for the conditions associated with adverse events from COVID-19?
As I said, Senator, I don't have any information on that incident. I'm happy to take it on notice.
Okay, let's move slightly. I'm assuming you're still refusing to draw the number of times the word myocarditis appears in your medical record system and provide it to the committee, even though you're capable of doing it?
I think, Senator, we gave you information in response to your questions on notice, just explaining the time involved associated with doing a search for those the terms you mentioned, how long it would take to do that.
So you are still refusing. You've made your position clear. You can do it. You just think it could be misleading. Now you're saying it might be too much work. I just wanted to ask if you are still maintaining that you will refuse over that answer. So I'll ask you to take it on notice once again. and the proper process is for the Minister to raise the public interest immunity claim. Are you aware of that?
I think, Senator, what we can take on notice is has there been any further references to that term in our system since the last time we gave you that answer, and then we can provide you advice on how long it would take us to actually do any more detailed analysis about the basis on which that term was used.
Say that again, please.
I said, Senator, we can take on notice, providing you with an update on the number of times, based on a search that since the last time that those terms have come up in our system, and we can also provide you with advice on how long it would take us to do individual analysis of each time those words came up.
Well, what I want is the information. No qualifications, I just want the information. So if you're not going to provide it, I want public interest immunity claim from the Minister.
So, Senator, we're taking it on notice, I think, is the process that's normally followed when
But if you're not going to give me the data that I want...
Roberts, you've asked the question, it's been answered, it's been taken on notice. We're limited for time. I suggest you move on.
Thank you. Have you ever been consulted in relation to wind turbines that are being put up on prime agricultural land and the effect this will have on aerial agricultural operations like crop dusting?
Senator, we are consulted. Our views are often sought in relation to the establishment of wind turbines. We provide our views on it. We don't have a decision-making role as to whether or not those turbines can be installed.
So you do give guidance?
We provide advice on what the impact might be.
Some of these issues have been raised over 10 years ago with CASA, I understand directly. Are you being asked about these developments today?
Yes, we're still being asked, and as I said, we don't have a decision-making role, but we certainly provide advice on any aviation impacts for the decision maker, which is usually a local area council.
So you don't make a final decision on that?
No, Senator.
So you just provide safety advice?
That's right, so we don't have any decision-making role in those areas.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McDonald, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hi, Ms Spence, how are you? You would have heard me just asking questions of Air Services about the Townsville ILS decommissioning.
Yes.
Have you been approached by Townsville Airport to provide alternate
Not that it's been
plans?
not that it's been brought to my attention or any of the witnesses who are here today, but we certainly take it on notice to see if it's been within the organisation.
Yeah, I would appreciate that because you heard my frustration. It just seems extraordinary that we're talking about providing lesser services in a significant part of Queensland. So if you would take that on notice.
Certainly, Senator.
And what your understanding is, what the alternate landing methodologies will be, and what we don't want to have the same issues as Mount Isa. Thank you. I want to turn to issues around expected timeframes for delivery of services in relation to inquiries from customers. Do you have a delivery service metric for relation to FOI requests?
We meet the normal standards, whatever the Australian government requirements are for turning around FOI requests.
Right, so have you received complaints about delays in responding to FOI requests?
I think we have received complaints. It's not a regular issue that's raised with us, and we've also monitored how we're actually tracking against those requirements. And I think with some minor areas where we've been 1 or 2 days late, we generally do operate within those FOI requirements.
Okay. Is any of those about reallocations between staff members based on workloads?
Senator, not that I've got in front of me, but I genuinely don't know, Senator, but happy to take that on notice.
Okay. I'm getting feedback about the capability of resources that have been allocated to responding to questions from industry. Two matters in specifics. Some is from part-time staff, and the other is from staff who are not experienced. can you provide me with any feedback on what you see is happening?
Sorry,
there?
Senator, I think I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about freedom of
I
information
was talking
requests,
about freedom
whereas
of information.
I
I've
think
shifted gear.
Okay, all right. So in terms of publication, in terms of our service level standards, we've recently published a dashboard from about the middle of this year, which includes timeframes for all our service level standards and also tracks in real time how we're delivering against those. Issues are raised with us about the timeliness, and I think our main thing at the moment is being transparent about how long it's taking us to help industry to plan according to what we know is doable, but we're also looking at all sorts of alternatives to how we can actually reduce the time it takes us to deliver regulatory services to industry, because we recognise the importance of what we do to keep industry operating.
Would you be able to share with me that dashboard, please?
Yes, certainly, Senator. We can send.
Thank you.
The link. Yep.
Again, the feedback I'm getting is that the CASA front desk is seeing most queries as an adversarial opportunity as opposed to a problem-solving methodology.
Certainly not what any of us at the table would like to do.
No.
And any specific examples, we're very keen to hear that.
All right, I might come back to you with those offline. Finally, I want to turn to you, Minister. You're not going to be able to answer this, but I need, if you could take these on notice. Mr. Barker has been having issues that you would be well aware of, Ms. Spence. He has written to both the chair of this committee, Senator Stirl, who's not here, on the 30th of June and has not yet had a response. I'll turn to the RAC committee to ask questions about that, not in this meeting, but later. Mm-hmm. But Minister, I understand that that Mr. Barker wrote to Minister King on the 27th of June this year, and I don't believe has received a response. So I want to escalate this
I can take that on
through
notice.
you. Thank you. The issue is mainly that Mr. Barker feels that the process that he's gone through of the Fair Work Commission, the Commission of, and I've forgotten exactly what it's called, the internal one in
Industry
CASA.
Complaints Commissioner, yeah.
Okay, the Industry Complaints Commissioner, Minister, sits within CASA, and there is a level of distrust that is not independent and that it is too influenced by its location and its conversations. And so I think it is only reasonable the Minister take a look at this herself,
Sure.
please. Thank you. I'll come back to you offline with my specifics on those individuals.
And just, Senator, in relation to Mr. Barker, one of the things we have been clear to him, if he's not satisfied with the independence of the Industry Complaints Commissioner, we've been very clear that the Ombudsman is probably the best option for him, and we've said we would do everything we can to cooperate with the Ombudsman to ensure that there is a independent hearing of the issues that he has with us.
Terrific. I think the Ombudsman stopped his or her investigation when the Fair Work Commission inquiry began.
Yeah,
so that,
but he could certainly go back to the Ombudsman and get that restarted.
Okay, I'll feed that back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from your side that wants to take up the rest of the time?
Yep.
You have the call.
Thank you. Can I ask what's the current status of Part 43 regulatory reforms around CASA maintenance of aircraft in private and aerial work operations?
Senator, we've completed our consultation and engagement on that, and there's a recommendation with government in order to whether to make the regulations or not. So that'd be one better place to the department than us.
Okay, so CASA's provided advice to the Minister?
Yes.
And the government, okay. On how many occasions and on each occasion was that advice provided, or was it just the formal response to the...
Sorry, in relation to Part 43?
Yes.
I think probably the final piece of advice is once we completed our engagement with industry and did our consultation and provided a recommendation about the readiness for the part to be made but I can certainly take that on notice if there's other pieces
you can come
of
back to us
advice.
how many times. And what was, so what advice was recommended? What did that, sorry, late in the evening. What did that advice recommend?
CASA recommended on the basis of the engagement that we had that the regulation be made.
Sorry, I just missed that last bit.
That the regulation be made.
Okay. Did the advice include, I'd say it was to approve that the final changes be made to the regulations?
Correct, Senator.
Was CASA advice also to provide, also provided to the department?
That would be the mechanism for getting the advice to the minister, would be through the department.
Through the department to the minister. That answers my next question then. Has the minister provided any direction or feedback on the advice provided by CASA?
No, Senator. Sorry, Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. And do you know, to your knowledge, has the minister approved the changes to the regulations?
Sorry, Senator?
Has the minister approved those changes?
No, Senator.
No, not yet?
No, Senator.
If so, is CASA aware of the reasons why the minister has not approved those changes?
No, Senator.
Has the minister or members of the minister's office provided any direction, feedback to CASA on what the concerns might be in relation to the approval?
No, Senator.
Has CASA provided any advice back to the minister or members of the minister's office on those concerns?
We haven't had any concerns passed back to. We haven't had any concerns
you
passed
answered
to
that.
us.
Sorry. I note that you took quite an extensive consultation process around Part 43 regulatory reforms. Is CASA aware of any ongoing industry stakeholder interests around changes to the Part 43 regulatory reforms since that consultation process?
Yes, Senator.
Can you provide a list of those stakeholders that expressed that interest?
Sorry. I wouldn't know if there's a list of stakeholders, but there's certainly
general
types of people who are involved in aerial work have been interested in where it could benefit for them. Other operators who operate more in the air transport side of things have raised issues about how Part 43 would fit into our regulatory framework, but I might just refer to my colleague, Mr Campbell, if he's got anything further to add.
Hi, Senator. Steve Campbell, Executive Manager, National Operations and Standards. There's a number of Part 43 is a new set of regulations, and it will affect the smaller aircraft areas, particularly in ex-military, the Warbirds Association, some sport associations that could take benefit out of Part 43 and some of the alleviations that new part will provide. Part 43 doesn't cover the larger end of town, so we don't hear from them on that.
And so what's the nature of the feedback that you've received from stakeholders then that have shown interest in it?
Yeah, so the associations are generally in favour because it will alleviate some of the sort of maintenance requirements that they'll have. We've had mixed feedback from licensed engineers, maintenance organisations out there that might say that the alleviations are sort of, in their view, a reduction in safety, but we've gone through that through consultation processes and answered all that through the summary consultations prior to submitting.
And are you familiar with whether or not any of those stakeholders have engaged with the minister?
I'm not aware, Senator, sorry.
Minister, could you take that on notice, please, to come back to us? Thank you. So the question is if following the consultations as part of the review, whether there's been any engagement with the minister's office from stakeholders. And then if you could let us know also which stakeholders the minister met with.
That's two questions there.
Yeah, correct.
Notice. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As a subsequent. Has there been any other advice provided separately or in collaboration with the department?
Senator, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Has CASA sought advice from the department or the minister or a member of the minister's office on when approval could be expected?
I think we've asked the department whether advice has been provided to the minister because it goes through them, but we're just being patient and waiting for.
Do you have an
advice.
expectation as to when the approval will be given?
No, Senator. We've identified how we will go about implementing the part should it be made. So we're ready to go when we get the feedback. But so the system will continue if it doesn't.
So once you do get that approval, how long will it take for CASA to implement the reforms?
We've got a date of it's either 3 months or 6 months. Sorry, I can take that on notice. But from the date that the regulation's made, I'm going to say 6 months to when it becomes active. And so we've got all the prep work done to get ready for that date.
I see you've already sort of commenced in anticipation.
We've done a lot of the preparation work in anticipation, yeah.
Okay. And what process would need to be implemented with industry to provide advice and implementation guidance, and how long would that implementation process be? Is that included within that 6 months?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay.
Final question,
That
Senator,
was
before I have to move
actually
on.
you preempted me.
Of
That was
course.
the final.
Thank you. Senator Whitton, you have the call.
What's the usual procedure when a HOFO or a HOTOC leaves an organisation and they need to replace them?
Oh, Senator, both of those positions are mandatory requirements for an organisation to have in place. So, and I'll get my colleague Mr Butel to respond, but essentially an application is made to CASA. The individual is interviewed and assessed in terms of their capability and capacity to fill that role. But Mr Butel?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Matthew Butel, Executive Manager, Regulatory Oversight. So essentially an application is made to CASA to replace a person. What we find is most organisations have an alternate person, so in the event that a HOFO, so a Head of Flying Operations, departs the organisation without notice, they have someone who can immediately fill that position. Pardon me, and that goes the same as the Head of Training and Checking as well. Where that's not the case, we also find where employment contracts state that you can't just leave the organisation overnight and leave them with a hole to fill. I think the other important part though to call out is that when we become aware of those circumstances, and I'm very aware of this circumstance, that we do prioritise that work as fast as we can.
And just to add to Mr Butel's answer, as I said, these are core positions, and so an airline can't operate if they don't have those key personnel in place who've been approved by CASA.
So if either one of those positions aren't filled, that cannot operate?
That's correct,
Yep,
Senator.
that's standard across the... Yep. So there's no discretion in the transitional provisions that they can stay operational if they've put forward? No,
it's under the Civil Aviation Act and then the conditions of Part 119 that requires those two positions to be filled.
Okay. How many staff does CASA have to perform the interviews? And I won't hold you to it, you'd best guess.
Oh, look, we've roughly got about, I don't know, I think about 70 people in our Reg Services team.
Okay. And how many HOTOC or HOFOs would you perform in a year, the interview process?
Oh, I couldn't answer that, Senator.
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. So given there's a requirement to shut down a business once a HOTOC or HOFO resigns, would you agree that it's of the utmost importance to interview the subsequent applicant as soon as possible, particularly for a small business?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, Senator.
I ask these questions because in Western Australia there's a small family operation, Broome Aviation. Sounds like you're familiar with what I'm about to talk about. So, small tourism business. I've been operating for over 40 years in the top end. They had a HOTOC quit unexpectedly. They were told they must shut down on the 5th of September when the HOTOC quit. They lodged a new application that day or the next day. 3 days later, on the 8th of September, they got the invoice for CASA application interview and around $1,500. When they paid the next morning on the 9th, on the 22nd, almost 3 weeks after they were shut down, they reached out to my office. We made some calls and even visited the Perth office to try and get some help for them. They were essentially told, don't call us anymore, we'll let you know when we're coming out. Look, I won't go on. I'm pretty sure that business is going to shut down. After 40 years of operation, it doesn't seem like they've received the service that potentially they should have got in the circumstance that they are such a small business. They probably needed a bit of attention, a bit of help.
And as Mr Butel said, obviously when that was raised to Mr Butel's attention, we moved very quickly to offer them an interview. They then requested additional time to prepare for that interview, but we did move quickly following your visit to the Perth office.
Look, I understand there was probably some failures on their part as well, but it was that late in the stage, they had nowhere to recover from that. Had that happened earlier on, they probably had some fuel left in the tank to survive beyond that. But as it stands, I don't think they're surviving it. So a small aviation business in the northwest of Western Australia, it's been around for 40 years, is now out of business.
Well, Senator, you know, I think it's one of the really challenging things of being a regulator is actually ensuring that those things that are there for safety reasons are actually in place. And as Mr Butel said, there are other small operators around who can manage that, have that backup arrangements in place. So I totally understand what you're saying, and it's a bit like I was saying to the Senator before. We do appreciate the impact that we have on industry, and we do try to escalate things quickly.
I'm not sweeping aside any safety concerns or any of that at all. I'm happy that the planes stay in the air when they're meant to. However, could you take it on board that when a small operator is asking for help, that you maybe just move it up the list a little bit? They're not Qantas. They're not one of the big carriers.
No.
They do not have the fuel in the tank to survive extended periods of not being able to get service from you guys.
Yep, understood, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I believe that's all the questions for Sydney Aviation Safety Authority. So thank you.
I'm so sorry, Chair, to find this. Just the sale.
One more question.
Yeah, it is. The sale of the Ayers Rock Resort and its airstrip to a US private equity fund, Journey Beyond. Is CASA aware of this sale?
I think we were aware that there was activity going on in the resort there that the airstrip was attached to the resort. But to be honest, we don't have any approval roles relating to ownership. We just provide certification of the aerodrome itself.
But you do have responsibility for safety, and so are there any other foreign-owned airports in the country?
Senator,
can you just on notice give me an appreciation and an understanding, because we heard Minister King has no jurisdiction and the ACCC doesn't manage AYQ's prices or service quality or safety.
Yeah.
And so what consumer and airline protections are going to exist if it's a foreign-owned
Irrespective of the ownership of it, they'd have to meet our normal certification requirements from a safety perspective. But we've got no...
Can you look at it specifically, please?
Yep. Certainly, Senator.
Thank you, Senator McKennedy. Thank you, officers. And we will now have a very short break to allow Infrastructure Australia to come to the table, please.
I'm happy to give up the break, given the number of agencies we've got.
Well, we can't start until they're in the room.
Yeah, okay.
So. You still want to keep it?
Yeah, if we can. I don't want to have a spillover day. I think environment's going to get a spillover.
So, welcome officers of the Infrastructure Australia. Yep. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Adam Copp, Chief Executive. No, I don't, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Welcome. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. Gents, we've got to stop meeting at almost midnight. Just some questions on the current status of the priority list and when it will be released publicly.
We're currently consulting with states and territories on their priorities, and
when will you be finished that?
Before the end of the year, and we're aiming to publish by the first quarter of next year.
Who made the decision to prevent local governments from bidding directly to Infrastructure Australia for consideration of priority projects?
That's a feature of the Infrastructure Australia Act, which was passed in December 2023.
So the Labor government was the answer?
The Parliament passed the legislation.
Oh, nice. Well played. I'll pay that. I just saw something in E&C regarding comparison of estimate of incentives around abatement. Have you done any work in regards to the setting of the 2035 emissions reduction target?
No, Senator.
None at all? You haven't provided advice to the Department or Treasury?
Not on setting that target, no.
Okay, I'll leave that. I think that's it, gents. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
High speed rail.
Well, thank you very much.
We just need the next agencies ready to roll. Please come into the room.
Excuse me, I think I'm chairing.
Sorry.
If you haven't
My
managed
apologies.
the day,
My
I mean, it's
apologies.
about just being orderly, and we're off the record. The Australian Rail Track Corporation and Inland Rail and ask, do you wish...
Sorry, I think we're the high-speed rail.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, high-speed rail.
Right. Oh, sorry. We have... these are out of order. So, high-speed rail, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Senator McKenzie, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Great to see you, Mr Parker. You've given the recommendation around the Sydney to Newcastle business case to the Minister.
That's correct, Senator.
Yep. Why the delay? It's taken nearly 12 months.
I think that's a matter for the Minister of the Department, Senator. We submitted it on 16th of December 2024.
Does the evaluation rely on value capture or rezoning revenues that are not yet committed by New South Wales?
No, it doesn't rely on value capture.
But it does rely on rezoning revenues that are not committed yet by New South Wales?
Sorry, what's...
Rezoning. Sorry, rezoning around the corridor?
No, it doesn't
No?
include that.
Have you requested additional information from the high-speed? Has Infrastructure Australia requested additional information from the High Speed Rail Authority since receiving the business case?
Yes, we've had a number of queries from Infrastructure Australia, which we have responded to.
Okay. What is the total cost range for stage 1 at base, at P50 and at P90?
Senator, as I previously explained at the last Senate Committee we're not in a position to give you an answer on that. It very much depends on government's decision. And once we have that decision, we'll be able to provide that information.
Have you sought written planning or rezoning commitments from New South Wales to safeguard the alignment?
Not at this stage, Senator.
As I understood it from the department this morning, there has been no money spent on real corridor protection or land acquisition?
There's been no money spent on either corridor protection or land acquisition, Senator.
I understand it is a decision for government on how they want to proceed, but my question is to you, when I asked for the total cost range for stage 1 at base P50 and P90, it's not your decision, it's government's decision to make, but what is the total cost range? That is something you should be able to share with this committee.
And I said last time, Minister, I understand I don't want to mislead the Senate or the estimate hearing, and the range and the cost is dependent on the government's decision. We've put forward a business case. They could add, subtract stations, timing. There's a whole range of variables, which is why I explained last time I couldn't give you that figure, because I didn't want to mislead the Senate.
But they're all decisions for government.
Correct.
You can't be expected to mind map that, but you can be expected to outline the options that you've put to government through the business case.
Yes, but what I've said to you...
No one's going to hold you responsible for the decision that government makes. That's their decision.
No, but it's very clear, and my understanding is I've got to be truthful when I'm at the Senate hearing, and I also shouldn't provide information that could be misleading. And at the moment, until we have a decision from government, the information I give would be misleading.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? Yes. Senator Roberts. This is high-speed rail. Senator Roberts.
High-speed setup.
Great. Excellent. You have the call.
Wow. That's a good comeback.
The current planning for inland... Thank you for appearing. The current planning for inland rail includes consideration of a connection to the Port of Gladstone. Where are we on that?
Senator? They're not...
This is high-speed rail.
Oh, sorry.
So that will be... Sorry, the order's got...
ARTC, rush setup.
That's right. They're next. So there is no further questions. So thank you very much. And because I gave the call to Senator Roberts, when the officers come forward, we'll go straight to you. So, welcome, representatives of the Australian Rail Track Corporation Inland Rail. Would you like to make an opening statement?
A brief one, thanks. Thank you.
You have the call.
Good evening, Chair and Senators. My name is Wayne Johnson. I'm the CEO and Managing Director at ARTC. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I do want to introduce Mike Zambelli, who's my colleague to my right. Mike has been appointed the Acting Chief Executive Officer of Inland Rail post the resignation of Mr Miller, who's fronted this committee previously. Mike has been part of Inland Rail delivering the mainstream projects since March 2024, and prior to that I've had the privilege of working with Mike in his capacity of leading projects, infrastructure projects nationally. So more than 20 years experience in the role, and it's really good that he's here today, and we continue to work in close partnership, RTC and Inland Rail. Thank Mr Miller for his contribution in setting up the IRPL as it is today, and we're here to take some questions this evening.
Thank you. Well, welcome to Estimates. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing tonight. The current planning for inland rail includes consideration of a connection to the Port of Gladstone. Where are we on that?
I might take this, Mike. Thank you, Senator. I think I updated last time that there were some interested parties in terms of the Port of Gladstone and connectivity to Inland Rail, the alignment of Inland Rail as it is. Greenlink is the organisation in particular that ARTC continue to have some interaction with, and they're progressing through either what design, operations and or funding could look like for that in the future. And so we remain engaged with Greenlink as ARTC. Inland Rail remain focused on delivering the project's two parks as it is today, approved, and the enabling works north of parks, but they're not focused around any connection at this point with Greenlink. So that's what ARTC has been working with.
So thank you. Regarding Greenlink, do they have the finance?
I'm not sure of the exact status. I'd have to take that on notice, sorry, Senator.
Do they also have the intellectual property, the feasibility study?
My understanding is they're working on both concept designs as well as funding programs, and they're well advanced in those endeavours.
Are you working with IPG Global?
No, sorry, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The Port of Gladstone currently does not have a major container handling function. An application to build one has been delayed for 11 years. What steps have you taken to ensure the Gladstone Port is capable of accepting container traffic when the connection is completed? For clarity, it makes no sense to connect Inland Rail to the Port of Gladstone if the port can't handle container traffic.
No work from ourselves in terms of the Port of Gladstone, Senator.
Minister, just as an aside, the Port of Gladstone could be the development of major national significance with regard to container terminal. Why is there a delay on that?
I can take your question on notice, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I'm deeply concerned with the delay, mainly the delay in the connection and the approval of Gladstone, the processing for a container handling application. So, final question, Chair. Back to the ARTC. If the connection is not built, the Port of Brisbane becomes the primary container port. On notice, can you provide the data you have on remaining rail spots to bring container trains to the Port of Brisbane, capacity at the port, and the expected volume of container traffic Inland Rail will generate from import and export traffic for the Port of Brisbane?
Sorry, Senator, I'd have to take the details of container movements on notice, which I'm happy to do so. We continue some interaction and engagement with the Port of Brisbane around what connectivity would look like in the future. But there's a significant amount of products that are domestic bound products from both North Queensland and also the southern states into Queensland that is the purpose of the connectivity of the existing and the future Inland Rail.
Thank you. Minister, just coming back to the previous question, is there any way you can get onto the Gladstone Ports Corporation and ask them to resolve the application immediately?
Senator, I'd have to take that question on notice.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you, lads. I have had some alarming reports from small to medium enterprises in the regions about the CFMEU threatening contractors bidding for work with the ARTC and with Inland Rail, telling them that unless their workforce is unionised, they won't get a contract. Are you aware of such improper and intimidatory behaviour from the CFMEU associated with your projects, both within the ARTC and within Inland Rail?
I'm happy to lead off. Thanks, Senator. That is alarming to hear. No, I'm not aware of claims of that nature of intimidatory practice of any of our suppliers. Most of the suppliers that we work with will have ratified agreements with all of their employees, mostly not covered under construction areas, albeit not precluding. We did take some activities in hand previously to review that with suppliers, and also attested that we would report on such if we found any of those activities. We haven't, but it sounds from those reports that we need to consider that further. But no, there's no reports at this stage, Senator.
And Inland Rail?
And from an Inland Rail perspective, we have rigorous processes in place with our major contractors. Every month they report into Inland Rail on whether there's been any inappropriate behaviours. And I'm glad to say that from the last review we did in September last year, we've had nil reports of any significance.
So if a small to medium business has been subjected to this type of behaviour, who do they contact in your organisations? And are they assured anonymity and protection?
Yeah, we've got commercial and confidence processes for all the suppliers, and we've also got an independent whistleblowing process that is available on our website and advertised. It has been used very sporadically from suppliers outside the business for other matters, but not for that, Senator.
So if you're not a current supplier because you missed out on being able to bid for a contract, are you still going to be protected by those provisions?
Yes.
And the same in Inland Rail, we've got the same provisions.
So can I seek assurance from both of you that no lead project contractor engaged by Inland Rail has been denied work to a business as a that no lead contractor has denied business as a result of that business not signing up to a CFMEU EBA?
That's my understanding in Inland Rail.
I would like you both to check, because that is not what's happening out there on the ground. So in terms of your procurement practices, including for the engagement of subcontractors, how do you ensure that interference is not able to be exercised?
You want to lead first?
So with our procurement process with our major contractors, it's a very rigorous process. Industrial relations is one of those key aspects that we look at in our assessment process. Statutory declarations are submitted as part of that tender evaluation process, and it's considered in the selection of those major contractors.
So one of the great design features of setting up the Inland Rail project was I understood back then, the preferencing of local contractors where and when's possible to drive regional development opportunities right throughout that corridor, throughout construction. Are there requirements, during the procurement process, does Inland Rail provide weighting in assessment for local contractors and businesses based in the regions as opposed to businesses from Sydney or from Melbourne?
Yes, we do on Inland Rail, and there's social performance reports that occur over the life of the project. And
so if that's correct, why are components of these projects, particularly when they are close, and close I mean 200 k's, from Melbourne, being awarded to Melbourne contractors, and hence bringing the CFMEU out of the confines of Melbourne and the big build and onto regional projects with the consequent economic disruption?
The statistics I've got on our two Victorian projects, which is Beveridge-Dorbury Trench 1, which is now completed, and Beveridge-Dorbury Trench 2, we have significant numbers of local businesses. For instance, on Trench 1 there was 346. This is on a $200 million project. And on Trench 2, which is now starting construction, we've got 210 local businesses.
On notice, I'd like for both Tranche 1 and Tranche 2, I'd like you to advise what the average number of full work days without interruption per week is for each tranche. I'd also like you to advise on what dates stop work incidents have occurred on Inland Rail projects in Victoria for the 2025 calendar year, where the stop work has been initiated by a union official or a health and safety officer. I'd also like you to take on notice the dates in 2025 that employees have withdrawn from the Inland Rail projects in Victoria to undertake union activities.
Your final question.
And to advise days in which 2025, with respect to the delivery of the Inland Rail projects in Victoria by project that experienced no stop work action. So we're going to have a comparison between those parts of the Inland Rail work within Victoria that were subjected to stop work actions and those that aren't. So if a contractor presented
Senator, we're going to run out of time. We still have 3 agencies. Your time
I still have questions for this agency, and under the standing orders, I'm entitled to ask them.
Well, we have agreed to 15-minute blocks. I have asked throughout the evening, do you still want all the agencies? We're finishing at 11, so it's your choice. You want to continue on or put them on notice and go on to another agency?
As I just did, put a lot on notice. I'm working through the questions as quickly as I can, Senator Polly. I still have questions for this agency. If a contractor presented you with the evidence that the intimidation I'm speaking about actually occurred, what action would Inland Rail take?
So it would be taken extremely seriously. It would be raised up to senior levels in our organisation, and we would be addressing it with our major contractor.
So it's been put to me the Inland Rail project in Victoria is subject to unnecessary and protracted induction sessions, each new site requiring undertaking a full induction, even if the crew have recently been through the full induction session and there are only minor situational differences to the location. Will the Inland Rail review its site induction processes to provide enhanced efficiencies and reduce construction costs?
I'm happy to take that up with our contractors, but I assume each induction would be going through the specifics of a particular site. But if there's repetition,
well, they're doing the whole thing, and then
happy to take that on notice and have a
Benalla
look
instead
at
of Wangaratta.
Sure.
Minor detail. I just want to go to another specific section of this. It's the Frost Street pedestrian underpass in Euroa, Victoria. Huge shout out to the locals there that are very, very concerned about the behaviour of the Inland Rail Agency around how the Frost Street pedestrian underpass is being removed from the Inland Rail project scope, given that the community has since raised significant concerns about safety, access and daily reliance on the underpass. On whose request did you remove the Frost Street pedestrian underpass from the original project scope in Euroa?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. The underpass is a Strathbogie Council asset.
Yeah.
We are building 2 new pedestrian underpasses.
No, I've been down there. I know what you're doing, given the time, and we've got other agencies waiting.
It doesn't meet disability requirements.
So whose request was it removed from the project brief?
I don't recall it ever being in our scope.
I want you to review that, because it was in your scope.
We've got 2 pedestrian underpasses and that's not one of them.
Current now, and that's what they're complaining about. So my
I'm happy to take that on notice.
If you could.
I'm not aware of it being a third one.
There wasn't. The claim is there wasn't proper consultations with the residents of North West Euroa, particularly given the underpass's role in providing safe access for school children, elderly residents, and people with mobility challenges. When you're reviewing that evidence you just gave, please check the Strathbogie Shire Council's decision of the 17th of June 2025. Has the Inland Rail conducted any formal assessment of the social economic impacts of removing the Frost Street underpass and the property devaluation that will occur for residents in North West Euroa?
The new pedestrian underpass we're building at the station, it only results in another, well, it's less than a 100-metre journey from Frost Street to the main street in Binney Street.
So I'm sorry, I do know that. What I'm asking you, did you do a social and economic impact assessment of removing the Frost Street underpass?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not sure.
And why is Inland Rail relying on the railway precinct as a substitute for the Frost Street access when it's demonstrably unsuitable? And if you go on site, you can see it. You're at a level crossing and you're going to have kids on bikes, etc., accessing the main street. For families, elderly residents, people with mobility aids, due to additional distance and the design barriers. Why are you putting all your eggs in the railway precinct solution, having removed the Frost Street underpass from your scope?
The Frost Street underpass is not suitable for disability requirements. It doesn't meet that requirement.
And it would be much cheaper to actually upgrade that pass because you're doing it as a temporary upgrade for a year anyway. aren't you?
Yeah, there's a number of complexities around the large gum trees, underground services. That was all considered in the design process.
So we're prioritising that gum tree that's between the Mitre 10 and...
That's one of many issues.
But seriously, over people's access and the community, it doesn't make sense. You use the disability access as a reason for removing it, whilst for the next 12 months it's going to provide disability access. You're going to upgrade it to provide the disability access and then you're going to close it. And the community rightfully is saying that seems like a lot of waste of money. Why? I would like a comprehensive response, please, on behalf of these community members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Thank you for appearing before us tonight. And we now move on to National Heavy Vehicle Regulators. We have 3 in 5 minutes. Can I welcome representatives of the National Heavy Vehicle Regulators, and can I thank you, as I understand, only filling in tonight, that you were asked to fly down today. So sorry it's so late in the evening. Do you have an opening statement?
Given the time, no. I'll just introduce myself. Nicole Rosie, Chief Executive. I've been in the role for 12 weeks, so welcome.
Well,
questions.
welcome to your first estimates, I take it then.
Welcome.
So there's other newbies here today as well. So welcome, and Senator Mackenzie, you have the call.
Thank you so much for attending and appreciate your response, and congratulations on your role. This committee has a great relationship with NHVR. Can we outline the recruitment process undertaken by NHVR that resulted in your appointment, please?
Exactly what would you like to know? I think it was a pretty standard process.
Yep.
I undertook interviews.
I'm from the opposition, so I don't know.
Oh.
So that's why you're here.
I would say that would typically be a question for the chair who leads that process, but I'm happy to say that I was involved in interviews, psychometric testing, further follow-up interviews, and given I've been involved now in my 3rd CE role, it was pretty standard, is how I describe it.
You were previously the CEO of New Zealand Transport Agency, and prior to that CEO of WorkSafe New Zealand.
Correct.
What's your philosophy as a regulator with respect to compliance and education?
Very supportive of the inform, educate, engage. It's a very standard philosophy of regulators. I'd go a step further and say that I'm very focused on the front end of that and doing that before people get into their trucks. So educate, inform, and giving resources to the industry to enable them to be very effective before they get on the road is a part of the role of the regulator, and I'll be very focused on that. In my previous roles have been very closely working with the sector and with industry to set up groups to really enable the sector, given that I've come out of industry, to lead itself and change itself.
So how many meetings have you had with Minister King? And maybe on notice what the dates were.
So Minister King has organised with us to do a meeting, and we're going to do that when we have a new chair, which is not yet.
Okay, so how long will that appointment take?
I'm not making that appointment, so I don't know.
Minister, do you know?
I can take that on notice.
Thank you. But you've been in the role for 6 months, did you say? 12 weeks?
12 weeks.
12 weeks. Okay, and we're meeting. So if you could take that on notice. Have you had any meetings with state transport ministers?
Yes, I've met all the state transport ministers.
Fantastic. Minister King, don't wait for the chair, meet this woman. Have you been, as the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, have you been invited to attend the Infrastructure and Transport Ministers meeting in August this year? Were you invited?
We were, and then we were asked to defer our meeting to later.
For what reason?
I think they've got a very full agenda.
Of course. Are there any specific reforms you'd like to implement as the regulator?
That's a very broad question. I think there's many things that could be done.
The top one.
I'm probably too early in my role to give you a fair answer to that. There's certainly a lot of reform agenda already underway in the sector. I will just say permitting is obviously a big issue for the industry and for the sector, and something that we'll be very focused on. and supporting the legislative change and implementation of the new law. They would be a couple of our key priorities.
So earlier this year, there was an incident in drought-affected regional Victoria where a farmer contractor was delivering a load of hay to a nearby farmer and was stopped by the NHVR and fined. My understanding, this incident is currently before the court, so I'm not going to ask about the specifics of the case. However, this incident has caused significant concern amongst farmers nationwide who are concerned the regulator may be targeting minor infractions rather than addressing major reforms. And one of the issues about a lot of reforms underway, but if you talk to the sector, as it's clear you have, nothing seems to be getting done.
That was your final question, Senator. We'll wait for the answer and
Thank
then
you,
we'll be
Ms.
closing.
Sorry, what is the question?
The question is there is concern amongst farmers that the NHVR is focused on minor infractions such as the incident that's before the courts rather than delivering reforms, much-needed reforms that are underway at speed.
Yeah, I would say regulators work across a continuum, and we are working everywhere from the front of that continuum at the supporting jurisdictions and others that are the key bodies for legislative change to do that change. So that's our role in policy, regulatory policy. Then you take that regulatory policy and you turn that into operational regulatory practice, and that's our frontline inspectorate. And they're engaging a one-on-one with regulated community to look at infringements, offences and compliance with the law. The cases you're talking about are in that sort of secondary category. I would say that there has been a much higher use of the education-informed component in our engagements, and I think we would certainly have taken the opportunity of the issue that you raise to think about whether we do a broader engagement with that sector, particularly as we go into peak season for a number of those communities.
Thank you for your fulsome answer. Can I apologise on behalf of the committee that time has expired for the hearing? Can I thank the Secretariat and Hansard? This committee stands adjourned until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you, everyone.